Longmont City study session to order. Could we please start with the roll call?
Mayor Coombs?
Here.
Council members Bagley?
Here.
Christensen? Here. Finley? Here. Moore? Here. Peck? Santos? Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, let's stand for a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I guess we're going to start with public invited to be heard. So the first person on the list is Gathia Wise. So before you start speaking, please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Gathia Weiss, and I live at 1433 Cannon Mountain Drive. And I'm an analytical chemist, recently returned to Colorado, lived here most of the last 30 years, but new to Longmont. So I'm speaking on water. Today happens to be World Water Day, so I think it's appropriate that this is the time that Longmont is considering its water future by analyzing its position with regard to the Western Slope Windy Gap water rights and storage at the proposed Chimney Hollow Reservoir. And this is a really complicated issue. I believe it makes sense for Longmont to purchase water rights for the future. I think that we need to balance Western Slope water rights with Eastern Slope water rights because the weather patterns on both sides of the divide are different, and one does help offset the other. But of course, on the western side, that's Colorado River Basin, and we're in competition with everybody in the Southwest all the way out to California and Mexico for that water. I also think we need to recognize that climate change and drought are both iffy predictions for this area, and that the Windy Gap water right is a junior water right. And that's part of the reason that the Chimney Hollow Reservoir, two reasons that the Chimney Hollow Reservoir is needed. One is to provide storage for the years in which that water right can be collected, and the other is that with climate change, if we do get warming in this area, then we don't have the lengthy snowpacks which serve as a reservoir in the mountains, and that means that somewhere people are going to have to store more water to last through the end of the summer and early fall. So I attended the meeting yesterday of the Longmont Water Board. I think that what I would like to see more than I saw at that meeting is a greater effort to model potential water use, potential climate change impacts, and also how the city might develop mechanisms for greater water conservation. But again, I think water rights are important. Especially control of water is really control over the future and the potential of development. And so if Longmont holds those rights, it's Longmont that determines the uses to which that water should be put. So in my opinion, if we have those rights and have the storage to actually, what they call firm the rights, so they're real, I think that the city needs to be very careful as to what uses those water is put in years and in the immediate short term when the water is not needed by the city itself. And I think that they need to be short-term leases, and careful consideration needs to be taken that they are enhancing our community's values. That means that we are enabling agriculture, natural area enhancements, perhaps aquifer recharge, but I think there should be strict restrictions on the uses and not for development and not for oil and gas fracking.
Thank you. Jim Wilson.
Hi, Jim Wilson at 1440 Baker Street here in Longmont. I just want to express my concern about Longmont's possible participation in the Chimney Hollow Water Project. I know you folks get lobbied quite heavily from developers and salespeople who get paid to tell you what you want to hear or they want you to hear, but I don't get paid to lobby you guys, and I'm not selling you anything. My motive is the best interest of Longmont and our environment. And my motive is not money, so hopefully you'll listen to me as much as you listen to the salespeople. We live in a society that always wants to be more and bigger and more stuff and bigger cars and bigger houses and bigger TVs and more development. And what that means supposedly is we need more water. But do we really need more water? And at what cost? I don't want to pay for a project that really is not needed and will only put my money in somebody else's pocket. I don't want my water bill to go up for something like this. If we conserve, we can live with what we have into the future, and I think into generations into the future. If we stop putting in more lawns and grass in our parks and design our parks as natural places instead of golf courses, we can save thousands of gallons of water a day. If we stop watering after 8 a.m. in the morning and before 6 o'clock at night, we can save thousands of gallons a day. If we stop allowing people to water their sidewalks and driveways in the middle of the summer, you can stand around and watch people spraying water on concrete. It makes no sense. And stop allowing people to wash cars in their homes. I mean, we have car washes and they recycle the water. Basically, I think that you don't have to buy what the developers are selling. We can live with what we have. We don't need the Chimney Hollow water into the future at all. And one thing you need to remember is the frog does not drink up the pond in which he lives. Thank you.
Thank you. John Wolf.
Hi, my name is John Wolf. I live at 1839 White Feather Drive in Longmont. Mr. Mayor, council members, I appreciate the opportunity to address you as well as the staff that you have here on the Chimney Hollow project. I was a little surprised when I opened up the paper on Sunday because I do think of myself as being somewhat well-informed and try to be well-informed, and I did not realize that a decision was so close at hand. And I was a little concerned, if I understood things correctly, that the Longmont long-term build-out project, might not be the right term, says that we can live with 6,000 acre-feet. And so I was concerned and didn't understand why the Water Board seemed to be recommending the 10,000 water feet. With the 9% in 17, 18, and 19 increases that are already on the books, that will take our rates up 29%. And if we can get by with 6,000, as I believe the plan says, I just don't understand why we would commit ourselves financially to the 10,000 or even the 8,000. So I simply want to have you think about why we would need this, and I certainly would not be one who would support a bond referendum to go over what it is we need. Thank you.
Gordon Pedro. Mayor and Council, Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive. Later this evening, you will receive a recommendation from the Water Board to participate in the Windy Gap Firming Project at Chimney Hollow at the 10,000 acre-foot level. I hope you have read the minutes of the Water Board's February 22nd meeting so that you are aware that only 6,000 acre-feet is needed to meet the city's water needs at build-out of the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan. After multiple studies over the past 2 decades, experts, including your water and planning staff, have concluded that 6,000 acre-feet of storage at Chimney Hollow will meet the city's future needs. At 6,000 acre-feet, the city has sufficient funds available to cash finance its portion of the construction costs. No need to have additional water rate increases, nor to pay huge finance charges for millions of dollars in bonded indebtedness. As you no doubt noticed in the above-mentioned Water Board minutes, there is no explanation regarding why the members made the huge jump from 6,000 acre-feet that is needed to our future water needs
to meet our future water needs to the 10,000 acre feet they are recommending? Is it to provide water outside our LACP? If so, where? Is it to have excess water to sell when Weld County oil and gas drillers come looking for fracking water? Is the board looking to turn Longmont into a water speculator? I believe we are at a critical point in this project schedule. It is time to reach out to your constituents with a comprehensive education effort regarding our future water needs and how this firming project helps meet those needs. Before you decide to burden your residents with millions of dollars in bonded indebtedness and additional water rate increases, you need to engage us, citizens, water rate payers, and voters. You may hear this issue is too complex for citizens to understand. I disagree. If you do not believe that your constituents are smart enough to understand the basic tenets of this issue now, this project will hit speed bumps in the very near future. I guarantee you, we are smart enough to understand unnecessary water rate increases and how to vote no at a bond election that only facilitates water speculation. I personally will be a bold champion for firming up the appropriate amount of storage at Chimney Hollow. However, I will be a dogged opponent of any speculative water venture aimed at promoting urban sprawl and fracking at Longmont's front door. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Beverly Springer.
Beverly Springer, 1819 Signature Court, Longmont. Mayor, City Council, staff. Thank you for this opportunity. I think I'm just sort of echoing what I've heard previous speakers saying. I too read the paper and I was shocked to understand on Sunday that there was going to be a decision made this soon. I've always been very happy to be part of Longmont's community, and I've liked the way that Longmont's community government reaches out and informs us and gets us involved in things. So I was shocked to see that maybe a decision would be made tonight on something so important as a water issue. I think if I have anything to say in addition to what my previous speakers have said, it's that please don't do this without having more information for the citizens. We've accepted, and I always like to accept, rate increases and taxes increases that benefit our community. But I'm terribly worried about something that in the future we would go in debt for. And like very many lay people, we're already worried about the debt on the mall. Let's don't have a debt on the water. Thank you.
Lee Springer.
Lee Springer, 1819 Signature Court, Longmont. I'm not here to speak about the water. I am here to speak about the cheese importer. As you know, in 2012, the city signed an agreement with the cheese importer to lease a building, redecorate it as a part of our urban development program. At the time, the ugly turkey plant was still there, magnifying the urban decay. The agreement included the words that if the city decided to sell the building, the owners of the cheese importer would have the right of first refusal, and if they wanted to buy it, the price would be fair market value. Well, since that time, the owners, who are a local family, have transformed the building so that it has become an iconic place for us who live here and for other people coming to Longmont. As a matter of fact, we have friends in France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and England who insist upon visiting the cheese place to eat and browse. The cheese importer is a success story of Longmont urban renewal. It really is. It brings in tax dollars. It's partnering with local people and the city government. It really is a bright spot, particularly on the inside. And particularly with the ongoing neighborhood urban renewal and Main Street repairs. Even with the urban renewal, I always find it packed with customers, and they're cheerful. For me, it's always a pleasure to enter the Cheese Importer, because I see Linda, I see Clara or Sam greeting, chatting with customers, and they're always ready to help whenever someone has a question or has a particular need. Now, I would like to contrast our cheese importer with those entering the ghost village businesses we have over in our new mall, where the owners have never even possibly been there, left to see it. So I implore you, hey, the cheese importer we really need. And under the present hand, it's great.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you.
Chris Smith?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Christopher Smith, 1523 Prairie Hawk Drive, Longmont. I'm here tonight to support the city's continued participation in the Windy Gap Firming Project and the Water Board's recommended level of 10,000 acre-feet. Since 1882, when Longmont voters approved the financing to bring the first of many water projects to the city, Longmont has been at the forefront in ensuring a sustainable supply of high-quality water for residents and businesses. Windy Gap Firming is certainly not the first, but is no less important than the water projects supported and built by Longmont's leaders over the past 125 years. Although council may hear from some that participating in future water projects is unwarranted and will only lead to additional growth, the fact is the Firming project is necessary to fully utilize an investment the city made over 35 years ago in Windy Gap. And now, for over half that time, or more than 15 years, participants in the Windy Gap project have been working on permitting the Firming project. As a manager of a neighboring water provider, I have personal experience in understanding how arduous it is to permit and construct a project of this complexity, and this is not the time to pull back. Past councils have understood the need for this project since 1967 and have supported levels of participation up to 16,000 acre-feet. At the 10,000 acre-feet level recommended by the Water Board, future growth in the revised boundary of the Longmont planning area has already been considered. But build-out within the city's planning area is not the only issue council should consider tonight. According to the state's Climate Action Plan, current models project the state will warm by as much as 4 degrees Fahrenheit by 2050. Warmer temperatures will affect evaporation rates, which will likely decrease existing supplies while increasing demands. This plan also projects a seasonal shift in precipitation with declines in the associated snowpack. A warmer climate will mean that the timing of runoff will shift earlier, making it critical that the city has enough storage to capture runoff that has, in the past, been held in our natural reservoirs or snowpack. One of the considerations before the council is to participate at a lower amount than the recommended 10,000 acre-feet and to find additional supplies in the future if necessary. There are fundamental problems with this approach. First, options for available supplies in the future will be hard to find, especially without pursuing the purchase of agricultural water in the St. Vrain Basin. Second, projects necessary to provide new water supplies take decades to plan and construct, with no guarantee that the proposed projects will ever be built. The city already has a well-thought-out project, and after 15 years of study, which is by no means a sudden decision for this council to make, a positive record of decision from the Corps, Windy Gap Firming is a sensible, collaborative, and cost-effective option to obtain a valuable water right for the future of the city. This project helps protect the city from prolonged periods of drought, the uncertainty of climate change, and provides a redundant supply in the event that other supplies are impacted by wildfire or flooding. We have a long history of forward-looking leaders and a staff and water board that is recognized statewide as leaders in the water community. Tonight, I ask the council to listen to those leaders and accept the recommendation from our water board. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Rapunino? I probably butchered that, but you can correct me.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Mike Rapuano. I live at 1611 Prairie Song Place here in Longmont. I'm not here to talk about water. I am here to talk about the cheese importers. I understand that one of the options under consideration by council tonight will be inclusion of an easement, historic easement on the property at 103 Main Street. In terms of full disclosure, I am a banker here in town with Great Western Bank and have been assisting the Whites with the transaction. I would ask the council to carefully consider the possible future impact of that particular easement. As the other gentleman once said, we've got a business here in town now that is thriving, paying sales tax and employing a fair number of people. And it would be very unfortunate if at some time in the future they need to make a change to the building, to their operations, to stay viable and competitive, and that the future council would not even be able to consider that request. So I ask you to carefully consider what that easement might do in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carolyn Phillips? Carolyn Phillips?
Hello. My name is Carolyn Phillips, 2420 Elmhurst Place, Longmont. You've never seen me before. I'm not. When we finally retired, my husband and I chose to live here in Longmont, and we are very glad we did for lots of reasons. And we know that it has been city councils through the years that have made this a wonderful place to live. But things are not perfect. We have worked hard to be informed citizens, and yet we were not part of any of the decisions made about mortgaging our public housing building, our public buildings that we taxpayers had already paid for to subsidize building a mall. And so I am worried about the Windy Gap project. I want to thank the Times Call for their Sunday's article. Without that article, I'd have no idea that you were being asked to make a decision so quickly. Well, it isn't a quick decision, but so soon. Wise planning other councils have shown that the 6,000 acre feet are what Longmont needs. And so this time, I and my friends will be watching. If you are buying more water than Longmont needs, who are you buying it for? We will know now that we will ask for an explanation from each of you if you decide to buy more water than we need and increase our water rates. And what recourse do we have but to not vote for the next city election and to watch so we know when not to vote for a bond issue when that would come up. Thank you.
Daryl Ritchie?
My name is Daryl Ritchie, 327 Francis Street, Longmont. I'm here to talk about the cheese importers. It seems that we have a opportunity in front of us to continue having a business that has been supportive of the community for 30 years. They've invested a lot back into the community, back into this project. And it was brought up several times that they've taken a building that sat there kind of looking ugly and reinvigorated it into something powerful, even right now with all the construction. It is a destination for people to come to Longmont, to that business. So not only are they doing business for themselves, but they're serving the community. People traveling down from Fort Collins, Loveland, coming down 287, get to come all the way through Longmont. So not only do they go to that business, but it exposes Longmont to other people. I've heard, the people from far away, over in Europe and all over, like, you know, it has that big of a power. But I look back to our community, how much is it drawing here from people just outside of here and exposing Longmont and helping Longmont, you know, get rid of that stigma, that downtown, that lower downtown area there, and continuing to make it easy for them to be there. So I think it's, I'm here to support it, and if the council, I think, what a great way to say we support local businesses that have been here, and we want to continue to have them be part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Tomlin.
Hello, my name is Jeff Tomlin. I live at 909 2nd Avenue in Longmont, and I'm also here to talk about the Cheese Importer. I am a local real estate agent, and I believe that the Cheese Importer is absolutely necessary for our community for growth. I constantly find clients from Boulder, Louisville, Lafayette looking for homes that they can't afford. They come to Longmont, they realize the character of the place because of the Cheese Importer. I literally take buyers to there to show them the character that we have, and because of that, many of them buy homes right here in the neighborhood, right in Old Town. And it makes me nervous and sad to think that they may move because we're not willing to support a decision we made on the lease agreement. And I play music there live as a jazz musician. It's not just for the older generation, but, you know, many people from Denver I've brought up there, Boulder, from the younger generation, they all appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lockett Wood.
Yes, I'm Lockett Wood, 21 South Sunset in Longmont. I'm the president of a Vivid Water Technology, and I'm not here to talk about water. I'm here to support cheese importers. These guys are icons in Boulder. They are the anchor for Main Street, in my opinion. We have visitors from all over the world coming to our house, and we always take them to cheese importers because that's a place that is just a landmark for Longmont. So I would encourage you to do everything you can as part of the council to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Miller? Or is it Dennis Miller? Not Denise. Okay. Didn't think so. Well, it's just written, usually Dennis is D-E-N-N-I-S. It's like mayor. Yep. They just misspelled it on the sheet here.
No,
left an N out.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to be brief. A lot of comments that have been made about the cheese importers are already things that I would have said. I've lived in Longmont about 5 years. I'm well-traveled. And to me, this facility, including the building, really represents an opportunity for people to kind of get away from themselves a little bit, because they enter an environment that is not like the rest of the city, basically. I've heard many, I go there quite a bit, I'm a regular customer, or I should say guest, because I feel that's how I'm treated when I go there. I don't feel I'm treated as a customer, I feel I'm a guest. And the White family, I've come to know over the years, and forgive me if I look at my note. To me, I consider them cultured caretakers of this property. Not only because of what they've done with the place, but I see them on a daily basis on how they treat their guests and how welcoming they are. And this has become a Longmont destination of some significance, I believe, as other people have said, from people all over, up and down the Front Range. And I talk to a lot of the customers and guests there, and a lot of them are from out of town, and it's a great place for people to bring their out-of-town guests because it is so unique And it has become a landmark destination, if I can use those words. The cheese importers present what I call a synergistic ambiance created within this beautiful and unique building. I could go over the accoutrements of the building, but I especially like the glass, which hasn't been changed. The gas pump in the back is attractive to me, and the fact that the building has history here in this city, and they have continued with that. And I would support a decision for you to go on and make the right one. Thank you. I think you know what that is. Thank you.
Clara White.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm so happy to be here this evening, and I want to let you know that we're very excited to purchase the building, to continue to build a destination, a place where people come from far and wide. We're honored, we're blessed with so many wonderful guests, people that come in, they come from Denver, they come from other countries, they want to come and see us, so it's a huge honor. We've been in business since 1976 in Longmont. Our family's been here since 1972. We want to continue and to take it on for very many generations in the future. We'd like the opportunity to continue to develop the property. We are not for putting a historical easement on it because we feel that that really limits the future and opportunities, not only for us currently, but also for the future community of Longmont. None of us know what's going to happen and be going on in 50 years, 100 years, and limiting it that much to where no one can make any changes to it without really a lot of challenges, and also holding back possibilities for us as a family is just not a really good decision for the community. So we're against the historical easement. It has the landmark. We love that. We love every historical part of the building. We keep as much as we can. Every guest that I talk to, I point things out and tell them all the great history of the building. So two things. I hope that you will honor us with everything that we've put into the building up to this point. The allowed expenses are approximately $600,000. We have well over $1.3 million in the building, a new roof coming, a new parking lot coming, a nice sign, which we haven't put the money into until we know that we're really going to own the building. That is a part of the reason that we invested as much as we did, and we put our whole heart and soul, our families there 7 days a week. So please sell us the building, and please don't put a historical easement on it.
Thank you. Ellen Ginsberg.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Alan Ginsborg at 630 15th Street in Longmont. I brought my water with me. So I'm here to talk about cheese importers as well. A lot has been said. It's all accurate from what I know. We've had a lot of experience with cheese importers as a customer and as a guest also when we eat there. By far, one of my favorite places to take my wife and daughter to. They've done a fabulous job catering events for a variety of things that we've been involved with, and we have a number of our office birthday parties over there. So from personal experience, and I've experienced with about 1,500 retailers right now, I can tell you that this is a very rare thing. They came into a location that was pretty well blighted, to be honest. It was a storage facility. They invested a lot of money, which was a big risk, in an area that sat across the street from an abandoned turkey factory. I can't imagine more good faith. And frankly, between the railroad, the age of the building, what needed to happen, and then the train being next door, I would have said this isn't going to succeed. They've succeeded in aces and spades. They've defied the odds in a way I can't imagine from my experience with retailers. So I just want to say, these people are pioneers in an area that now is beginning to grow. I hope that you'll encourage that growth by retaining them in this area. I would also say that their comp sales, their comparative sales year over year, according to the report that David Starnes is going to share, 5 to 15% is fabulous, in my experience with retailers for the last 30 years. So, and I mean it. I mean, a success like this is fewer than 1% in my book, in my experience with tenants that have opened and closed. So, yeah, I think I'd just like to say that, you know, the Cheese and Porters, I think, is a gem in our community. It's something that we should definitely advocate for. I'm here because of that. And I hope you'll agree to sell them their building so that they never leave Longmont, and appreciate you doing so. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think I'll speak for the entire council that everybody on council loves the Cheese and Porters. Now it's time for our special report.
Mayor, you'll be leading out with a joint study session with the Water Advisory Board concerning the Windy Gap Firming Project, and I believe Dale Rademacher will be leading you off.
Mayor Combs. Is it on now?
Yep, it's on.
Can't tell. Mayor Combs and members of the council, I'm Dale Rademacher, General Manager for Public Works and Natural Resources. We got several things tonight. The first thing that we wanted to begin the night with is a bit of a celebration of past accomplishments, particularly with the Windy Gap project. You know, Longmont, you know, sort of for you history buffs, back on June 22nd, 1967, Longmont Mayor Ralph Price, I always say, went over the mountain to hot Sulphur Springs and filed the water right for the Windy Gap project on behalf of the 6 cities. And they were stayed with it, is the way I would put it. Longmont and our partner cities stayed with it. I would also say that Longmont uniquely stayed with it because we are the only city of the original 6 that still have all 80 units or 8,000 acre feet of the Windy Gap supply. A lot of that is probably due to our charter restrictions that really are probably a wise document that give us guidance with regards to water in our community and how important that is. And so the project went to construction back in the mid-1980s, and we issued debt, or I should say the district did. The city has been dutifully making our annual payments now for the last 29 years. And so tonight we have a big check that we want to present to the sub-district and the district from the city of Longmont, celebrating the last payment that will actually come out of the city coffers. The final payment for the project is actually next year, but that payment is already sitting in reserves. They already got that sort of in the bank, if you will. So if Mayor Combs, if you could come up, and if Todd Williams would like to come up from the Water Board, and Mr. Eric Wilkinson and Dennis Yanchunas, who is the chair of the Windy Gap, the Northern Subdistrict. Some of you might know Dennis, and we'll talk about that a little bit.
Mayor?
Where's
Mayor?
the check? Yeah.
Mayor?
Check is in the mail.
May I? Yes. Thank you, Mayor Combs. Just to be clear, this is not a check about what we're voting on tonight. This is the last payment to be made in a decision that was made 30 years ago.
Right.
So before people get upset that, oh my gosh, they didn't even vote and they're giving them money.
Right. Exactly. So good clarification, Councilmember Bagley. So with that, I think this again is an example of partners staying together through the long term. Being one of the old guys here, I happen to have been around when we started paying, so it's always good to see us pay off the mortgage, so to speak. So I want to, on behalf of the staff, thank our city council and certainly thank our partners at Northern and our Longmont Water Board for staying the course. So thank you. And if anyone has any comments they would like to make, I'd like to invite them to come to the podium. Yeah, take a picture first, right.
I was thinking that same thing just now.
take it in, deposit it, it's your cash. She's just
I'll just say on behalf of the sub-district, thank you. We're always gracious when you're sending us money. We appreciate it. But I've been in addition to being president of the sub-district, I've been a citizen of Longmont since 1972, which I thought was a real long time. But as Dale said, it was 1967 when the water rights were filed on. So it's a real milestone for the city and for the municipal sub-district and for the other participants, and I thank you, and we appreciate your participation, and look forward to hearing your conversation tonight. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Well, I forgot to mention also that Brian said he was going to leave with the picture of the check and deposit it immediately.
Yeah.
Well, Mayor and Council, it is good to celebrate finishing something. Sort of a good thing, especially when that's taken this long. So with that, I would like to now invite the Water Board to come join us at the front table here.
Well, let's talk about water.
That's a good thing. Drink all you need. Council and Water Board, quickly, the agenda for tonight's discussion. We've completed the first one to sort of celebrate the final payment for the original Windy Gap project. Second, we're going to talk a little bit, give some summary background on the original Windy Gap project and more importantly on the Windy Gap firming project that we're here to really talk about tonight. And then staff will give our summary with regards to the information that we have prepared. And then we want to get out of the way so that there can be a joint conversation between your Water Advisory Board and City Council on what is arguably an important decision for the council to ultimately make. What we are looking for tonight, in particular, is a decision on a direction to direct staff with regards to participation on the 5th interim contract. And I'll talk more about that as you get ready to give us direction on that. That is the contract that will take us through preliminary design and is an important next step in the project. Longmont is, I don't know if we're the only entity not yet to make a final call, but we're close. So we do need to make a decision, and at least on that 5th interim contract. And so we paid it off. You know, Windy Gap, I think everybody has a general understanding of it, but you know, it's a west slope diversion out of the Colorado River, constructed in the mid-1980s. The main components of it are the diversion dam that's shown here in this photograph, along with a pumping station and a pipeline that lift water out of the Colorado River below the confluence with the Fraser and the Colorado up into Granby Reservoir. At that point, it then is conveyed through the Colorado Big Thompson system facilities, through the Adams Tunnel, down to the west slope, to the east slope, where Longmont ultimately takes our delivery from Carter Lake. We take it in two different ways. We take it either down the Carter Lake pipeline, or we take it down the St. Vrain Supply Canal. So we have two ways of delivering that water. And if you remember during the flood, it was the Carter Lake connecting pipeline that was our last savior, if you will, last point of connection to our water supply. And so we are
we think that was a very wise decision for us to participate in that project in the past. So with regards to the actual Windy Gap project, on the firming project, it consists essentially of a reservoir that is created through the construction of a dam that is located immediately west of Carter Lake, that one next hog back to the west. It is a project that arguably is probably one of the most studied projects over the last 20 years, one that has included a huge amount of discussion, public engagement, not only here in Longmont, but in all of our partnering cities that are in the project with us. And so it certainly is a large project, several $100 million, of which Longmont is trying to make the decision with regards to the level of participation that we believe is necessary for Longmont to be in the project, if you will. This sort of is an aerial photograph. You can get a pretty good idea if you put a dam on the end of that hogback, how you would create a reservoir that, for all intents and purposes, will look a lot like a Carter Lake. So if you've ever been up to Carter Lake, water skiing or other things, you'll know this one will be similar to it. The other interesting thing about this is that the land is already acquired in partnership between both the district and the Larimer County Parks. And so it's envisioned that this will have a large park environment surrounding the reservoir that should be a nice amenity regionally. One thing I want to talk to the council about is the staff's work in partnership with Water Board and City Council over probably the last 10 to 15 years, where we have done a series of studies with regards to the water needs of the city. Those studies have been guided by our guiding principles for water in the city, one of which is that it is our desire and goal that Longmont would meet a 1 in 100 year drought event. That is what storage is typically built for, is to get you through the droughts. Secondly, we looked at a range of projects. Longmont doesn't have just one option, if you will. And I believe I've advised council over the years of the wisdom of maintaining multiple projects to meet your long-term water needs. Windy Gap firming is certainly one of them, and certainly the one that is coming to decision first. The other ones are the Union Reservoir Pumpback Project and the Union Reservoir Enlargement Project. Longer term, there are other projects, including enlargement of Ralph Price Reservoir, acquisition of additional water rights, and so on and so forth. Windy Gap is a junior water right, and not unlike most junior ditches or irrigation ditch companies, they need reservoirs in order to make delivery in the dry years. They don't work real well with Colorado water law in those dry years. Windy Gap uniquely also doesn't work terribly well in very wet years when there is no space in the CBT project to store the water. And so on both ends of those spectrums, Windy Gap doesn't tend to perform the way we would all hope it would. For the purposes of drought planning and firm yield planning of the city, we currently carry Windy Gap with a 0 yield. What that means is that during a drought, during a 1 in 100 year drought, we do not rely on Windy Gap to provide yield to us. With the firming project, we are then able to include it in that 1 in 100 year drought planning. And that's what this table is. And this table is in your packet on, let me make sure, in case you can't see it on the screen well enough. It's in the packet on page 106 of your packet. And this is in the water demand evaluation study that was done back in, finalized in 2012. That's the most recent analysis that we've done. In this study, what we looked at is a 1 in 100 year drought, which has a duration of 7 years for Longmont. In other words, we're in a drought condition of varying intensities, but for a 7-year duration. We modeled that drought occurring at full build out of the city. In other words, if you look at the table, the beginning year is 2048. meaning you have built out the entire Longmont planning area as it is currently planned with the land uses that are currently in the Longmont planning area. We then take that forward 7 years with that build-out demand. Our goal is that you get to the end of the 7 years before you run out of water, and frankly, that you recover coming out of it. What the analysis shows is that at the 6,000 acre-foot level, we make it through that 1 in 100 year drought situation. So you can ask the question, well, what happens if it's a 1 in 200 year drought, or it's a different scenario that hits? Say there's a natural catastrophe that hits. There's any number of different scenarios that you can run through and envision. What this project is intended again to do is to get you through a 1 in 100 year drought, added to your current supply and supply that you will achieve through application of the raw water policy between now and build out of the city. I just want to make sure that we understand that aspect of the study and the work that we've done. Just ahead of that in the packet is a table that I also want the council to be aware of, and that's on page 96. It's listed as table ES7. We refer to this as our variable table of variables, if you will. In the world of water rights or water supply, there's no exactness. Any number I tell you will be wrong. And so what you have to acknowledge and make your peace with, if you will, is that we live with the best science that we have today, and we try to make decisions around that. And that's what this table attempted to do in the 15 different areas of potential impact to our demands or to our yields of water supply. A couple of the important ones is that variable 8 deals with the issue of climate variability impact on irrigation demand. The latest studies that we had showed that could range anywhere from an increase of 6 to 10% in demand. We chose 8%. Again, looking at the range of options. We have a factor of safety of about 5% in there. We have under number 13 the climate variability impact on the raw water supply at 2%. And then on number 14, the climate variability impact on the raw water demand, and we put in 136 acre feet. At the end of the day, the range is anywhere from 3,000 to 13,000 acre feet of additional supply that you need to add to what your base demands are. The number that the report is recommending is 5,637 acre feet. And if you look at table ES8 right below that, you see that being added in to arrive at the 32,723 acre feet of supply that we need to get through the 1 in 100 year drought, adding in the variable demands that we've looked at. I think the question for all of us, whether we're water board or staff or city council, this is ultimately a question of risk management. What level of risk are you comfortable with? Where does your stomach start to churn? Where do you lie awake at night worrying about have you made the right decision? What I can tell you is that I don't lay awake at night. I rely on the expertise of our staff and our consultants to really scrutinize those numbers. The last thing I want to talk with you about too is on page 99, the historic water treatment treated water use on a per capita basis. That's the red line.
Could I ask you a quick question when you get done with what you're...
Yes. What I wanted to say is that the trend there is pretty clear. It's declining, and it's declining for a lot of reasons. It's declining because social norms are changing with regards to how much water people want to use. Indoor water and plumbing fixtures are far more water saving than they used to be. Our toilets don't use near as much water as they used to. People are choosing different landscape for their properties. And I'll also say Longmont is not unique. This is happening in virtually every city on the Front Range, probably every city in the West, every smart city, let me put it that way. Every smart city is probably heading in that way. And that's a good thing, because that is then traded off, if you will, against the unknowns that we have, that we face with water supply. And those are just as daunting and just as challenging. And, you know, some of the speakers spoke about climate variability. It's a real issue. It's out there. And absolutely none of us in this room know with certainty what that final impact will be. I wish I did. The job would be a heck of a lot easier. I'll also say what's served Longmont well over time are long-range planning, people looking forward, not being afraid, making decisions that meet the needs of the city. Diversification of your supply is critical. Right now, about 2/3 of our supply come from our east slope areas, predominantly the St. Vrain Basin. 1/3 comes from the west slope. That's a pretty good mix. That gives you geographic distances, if you will, to try to mitigate some of the more localized snow impacts that might happen on the west slope versus the east slope and so on. So diversification is important. Windy Gap is a great water supply from the perspective of quality, from the perspective of where this reservoir would sit above the city. In other words, it can deliver to us by gravity. It is a regional project. I believe in regional solutions on these kinds of things where people come together in northern Colorado to solve things. We have great partners with the district. I trust them. I don't know if I trust them with my life, but I certainly trust them with the work that they do. They are absolute experts. I'd also say Eric Wilkinson is probably the expert on the Colorado River. Not to set him up, but if I got a question on the Colorado, I'm going to call Eric, because I know he has studied it and been very diligent on our behalf. Having said that, Windy Gap also has challenges, and I don't purport to be an expert on the operation of that. We know some of the challenges, though. One is that it's a junior water supply. One is that it relies on some federal facilities to deliver the water to us. So there's always that sort of federal uncertainty on what the feds might say or do. And the one that's probably out there that if I'm going to lay awake at night, it's what can happen if there is a compact call on the Colorado River. That's an unknown. It's certainly an unknown in my head with regards to things like the trigger mechanism, and more importantly, the conditions to remove the call. What has to happen in order for the call to come off? I think we know enough to know that Windy Gap would be one that could be curtailed or somewhat reduced during that type of a call. What we don't know is we haven't experienced it. It could happen. I hope to God it doesn't happen. It's not good for Colorado. It's not good for the West. And so I think those are all things for policymakers to understand when trying to make decisions like this. The last thing I'll leave you with is your capital improvement program. Since 2013, we completed the demand study in 2012. From 2013 on, we have been including in that document, which you adopt every year, participation in the project at the 6,000 acre-foot level, which is why we have the cash on hand, if you will. Easy for me to say, but we have the cash, and my other experts over here, Barb and Becky, advise that does not constitute any additional rate impact beyond what is already codified. So with that, I just wanted to let folks know that, and then I'm going to shut up. I'm going to turn it over to, I'll take questions.
Okay, great.
But I promised I would get away from this podium and let the Water Board and Council have a talk. But if there's questions, I can take a couple.
You can go, yeah. My first question is, you know, when I look at this table of the recommended adjustments and the range on all these different factors, there's obviously a huge variability because you get down to the bottom and it's like table ES7, you know, the analysis says that you need 5,837 is kind of your mean, but the variability on that is, you know, from 3,000 to 13,500, so it's huge. It's kind of like managing a stock market portfolio where you're going for a return and then you got the standard deviation on that return. It's huge. You know, so, you know, looking at that, you know, if you take the mean between 3,000 and 13,000, it's about 8,000. You know, but we've picked the nominal here at being closer to 6,000. But I just want to point that out, that there's, to the public, that there's a huge variability of unknowns, and all we've done here is bound it between 3,000 and 13,000, and we're saying 6,000 is what we need to build out, but we don't really know that well, because it could be, because of all these variables, it could be as much as 13,000 at the high end. I mean, that's kind of worst case if everything's, but there's a lot of there's a lot of deviations on all of these things, and I think the public should be aware that we're not rocket scientists. We don't know, you don't know, I don't know, nobody knows what the real number is.
And on that, Mayor, if I can, I think it's important to note, which is why I will continue to advise City Council to stay diligent on your other supply options, irrespective of the decision you make tonight or in the future with regards to Windy Gap. The unknowns that you deal with in water supply are real, and most are beyond your control.
Right.
And so that's why, you know, the good news is, here's the good news, guys. We got a great water supply. We are the envy of many. I say you can't make a bad decision, is the way I look at it. We have good options in this project. We have good options in our other ones, whether it's the Union Pumpback, Union Reservoir, even Ralph Price, which would be a bear to permit. That would not be an easy project to do. But Longmont has a number of options, if you will, that I would advise we remain diligent on, we keep current on, and we maintain those decrees.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Dale, for clarification for some members of council, can you talk about the call and removing the call on the Colorado? Some members are a little confused. Eric, come on.
I would like to defer to Mr. Wilkinson on that.
I've taken both northern tours, so I understand. But there are some members of council that don't understand that terminology of the call on the Colorado and removing the call on the Colorado.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I will try to do this within the next 2 hours. The call is really a euphemism for compact enforcement action. The upper basin states of Utah, New Mexico, Wyoming, and Colorado are obligated to deliver 75 million acre-feet of water to the lower basin states in any 10-year period. Right now, Colorado stands at about 85 million. So we're well ahead of that. One of the things right now, as an aside, that is more of a threat on the Colorado River is the level of Lake Powell. The level of Lake Powell is declining, and if it gets down to minimum power pools, that would precede any compact enforcement action. Recent studies done in regard to compact enforcement action in regard to compact deliveries have shown that the upper basin states are probably good until at least 2026. The levels in Lake Powell, though, could come as early as the next 4 to 5 years. But anyway, if the lower basin states are demanding water, and they always have, and we haven't reached the 75 million acre foot or maintained that total in a 10-year period, and that's any 10-year period rolling. There could be a compact enforcement action. And that compact enforcement action then means that there's a deficiency that the upper basin states have to meet that obligation. And they have to curtail to the point of meeting that obligation. So they're at or above the 75 million acre feet. The upper basin compact between the 4 upper basin states
stipulate the amount of depletions of the remaining water in the Colorado River Basin after we deliver the roughly 7.5 million acre feet in any 1 year, how much water is split up. So you go then to the upper basin compact, and you proportion out the over depletion that may have occurred, and then that state is obligated to deliver that water to make up the deficit. So in an example, if a deficit to the delivery is made, it is found that the upper basin has over depleted and not delivered, then in accordance with the split, for example, Colorado 51.75% of the upper basin allocation is Colorado's. If we depleted more than that in the last 10 years, we're obligated to make that up. Likewise with Wyoming, for example, at 14%, et cetera. So that is what invokes the call, and that's what then causes the call to be removed. Now, I'm going to have to tell you that in the upper basin states, compact enforcement is a topic of discussion right now. It has not been decided exactly in the upper Colorado River Basin, with the exception of the upper Colorado River Compact, the basic tenets of that, how a compact enforcement action would be implemented in the upper basin states, let alone within each individual state. Colorado is still contemplating that itself and is doing that under a confidentiality agreement with the upper basin states as well because of the legality of this. So whether Colorado would curtail on a priority basis overall, which some basins in Colorado would be very concerned about, such as the Yampa or the Gunnison, because they have more junior water rights as compared to the main stem, or whether they would curtail on a pro rata basis. So everybody cuts back, let's say, 10%. So CBT would cut back 10%, Denver would cut back 10%, Windy Gap would cut back 10%. That is not yet decided, but that's the mechanism that's being looked at right now. And I did all that in less than 2 hours.
Thank you.
Did that answer your?
It did.
Thank you.
Just clear as mud. No. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you. I've actually got a few more questions for you, good sir. I know your first name's Brian. Eric?
Eric.
What's the last name, Eric?
Eric Wilkinson.
Wilkinson. So my question, has a call ever occurred?
No.
Okay. And then, and if there were a call, it would impact Windy Gap as well?
Considering the fact that if Colorado had over depleted, it would come to Colorado, and then Colorado would have to decide how it would allocate that within Colorado. As for an example right now, the states of New Mexico are up against their compact entitlement. They think they have exhausted all of their compact entitlement in the Colorado River. With the St. George pipeline in Utah, Utah will be at what everybody approximates will be their compact entitlement. So if they are the ones over depleting and we're not, then they would be responsible for making up that deficiency. It just depends on where that lies.
Okay, and then it's a 10-year moving window?
It's a 10-year moving window.
So if we have a really good couple of years, we're safe for 8.
That's exactly what has happened because we have over-delivered out of Powell to the lower basin. And one of the reasons for that is an equalization between Powell and Meade. Because Powell's a little higher than Meade, they over-deliver down to Meade. So that counts against the overall deliveries to the lower basin states.
Okay, and then how, and you alluded to this, but as far as like a city like Longmont, how was it enforced? Does the governor say you've got to pay? Does the water judge say you got to pay?
If you wouldn't mind, the first thing that's going to happen in a compact enforcement action is probably 10 years of interstate litigation. It will probably go to the Supreme Court because there's a number of parameters within the Colorado River Compact that have never been legally tested, such as, for example, does the Salt River contribute to the lower basin's entitlement?
as a tributary of the Colorado River. That's a biggie.
Okay.
But you're going to be 10 years into the litigation with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will probably appoint a special master, and the special master will do interim guidelines on how to enforce the action. And then during that litigation period, a lot of legal tenets of the Colorado River Compact and the Upper Colorado River Compact will be contested. The real rubber meets the road for Longmont will be what comes out of that and what the state of Colorado deems to be the way to meet a compact compliance action. And if it's, for example, a pro rata reduction, then it would be a pro rata reduction on the yield of Windy Gap and CBT, and everybody would take a little bit of the hit.
So
if it's appropriation, Windy Gap would take a hit.
Okay, that was my question. Is it like when they come in and they say, hey, you've got a lot of water, we need the water, so we're taking all your water, or is it a prorated distribution? Is it water socialism or water capitalism is I guess what I'm asking.
Or prior appropriations doctrine, let's call it that.
Okay, right.
So, yes, that would be one of the considerations.
I mean, we don't know.
They
can just take it if they need it.
It would be probably administered by the Colorado State Engineer in the way junior rights and senior rights in the state of Colorado are allocated.
All right.
And then I just need to say, if you don't mind, a couple more things.
Please.
Here recently, the state of Colorado and the upper basin states have been participating in what they call a conservation measure. They've looked at how they can interact with agriculture and pre-compact water rights, pre-1922 water rights in Colorado to pay, for example, pre-1922 agricultural rights, not to farm in those years where we have a compact compliance action. So that's one thing that could happen. The other thing that is happening in the state of Colorado, as all of you know, the Colorado Water Plan. One of the tenets in the Colorado Water Plan and one of the discussions that came out of the Interbasin Compact Committee contribution to the water plan is a conceptual framework where the state is looking at how they avoid a compact call. That is the real secret, I think, to compact enforcement actions, is avoidance of a compact call. So through computer modeling and things like that, look at the triggers that we have to look at, such as if your deliveries to the lower basin states get into the 76, 77, 78 million acre foot range in the last 10 years, or Powell is down to a certain elevation. What kind of triggers are out there that tell the state of Colorado, look, you better start adjusting your uses so you don't go into a full-fledged compact compliance action? And that's more proactive. The compact compliance action, the Armageddon that you're talking about, is something I think that...
No, that you talked about.
Well, I talked... Well, you're quizzing me.
Yes, I worry about Armageddon.
Is kind of an Armageddon that I think Colorado is in its leadership in the Colorado River Basin is going to do everything in its power to avoid, but at the same time try to balance full compact entitlement development within the state of Colorado.
You know a lot about water. Thank you.
I know a little bit. Yes. Thank you.
And then Dale, just two quick questions before we get into our. So, what happens tonight if we vote for 10,000 acre feet and the bond fails?
Okay. So, what happens if you vote for 10,000 and the bond fails? I was actually asked that question earlier today. I'll give the same answer I gave earlier. One is you could look at the reason for failure. In other words, was it a failure of we don't want to be in the project at all? In other words, you drop to zero? Or is it failure that we don't want to spend anything more than what we have cash on hand? I think that would be a discussion and a decision that council would need to make with regards to what you believe a failed bond election would mean on this particular project. What I would say is if hopefully we would have that action with sufficient time to react if there was a failed bond. It's best answer I got.
So we have the money for 6,000 now without going to bond, right?
And without increasing your rates further
Okay,
than what are already codified.
All right. So really, what we're and the water board's recommendation was 10,000. So we go to bond an additional 4,000, right?
We gave two options.
I mean,
that's either bond or cash.
Right. And then my question is, again, for the gentleman sitting back there, because I'm on the Windy Gap and I've been to one meeting so far. I've tried to be to 3, but you guys keep changing them. But what happens with the agreement if we vote for 10 tonight? Are we entering a contract with them? My question is, my concern is, I just want to know what happens if we. I mean, I understand what you just said, but contractually speaking, what happens with our relationship between us and the subcommittee?
I think I can answer that, and if I get it wrong, one of these 4 will come up and yank me away. Tonight, and it was back on our agenda, what's in front of us is the 5th interim contract. And in your packet, the options for that are from 6 to 10,000 acre foot, from a $959,000 plus change to $1.6 million delta. Okay, so there's about a $639,000 differential between 6,000 and 10,000 for the purposes of the 5th interim contract. If you enter into that contract tonight, that means you're for the duration of the 5th interim contract, that's how much you're going to participate at, 6, 8, or 10. That does not necessarily commit you to participating at that same level as the project goes to the next series of contracts, namely going into construction. You will have another decision to make ultimately with regards to final construction costs. Correct.
So by
key point.
I see nods.
Yeah.
Decision. You're directing staff tonight to bring something back that you all have to vote on in the regular session.
Correct. We'd need to bring back an appropriation. Your 2016 budget has $500,000 in it for Windy Gap. We would need to appropriate the difference between whatever level you decide to participate in and the amount that's in your budget currently. So you'd need to do an appropriation, and then you would also need to then act on approval of the contract. 2 actions.
And so, last question. So, essential, it's a question / clarification. So, a lot of the concerns I've heard, both in public invited to be heard, people I trust, the concerns I'm hearing aren't so much the bigger question of do we participate. The question is, do we participate in 6 or 10?
Or 8.
Or 8. And so the concerns I'm hearing are, what are we going to use the water for? Meaning fracking, oil and gas, assisting in urban sprawl on Longmont's doorsteps, which council has already given direction to staff that we don't want to do, and then increasing water rates, et cetera. And the big one, what it all comes down to is we need to involve the community in a discussion as we do this. So to be clear, it sounds like tonight by voting, regardless of how much, 6, 8, or 10, it's the beginning of that process and that discussion?
Mm-hmm. I would term it a continuation of a process that we've been underway. This is the 5th contract, meaning we've done 4. We've invested about $2.9 million in the project up to now. So I would see it as a continuation. And so hypothetically, if you say 10,000 tonight, you could hold at that number, or you could change at that number in a future contract. Okay.
The gentlemen behind you don't care. It doesn't screw
anything up.
anything
Might like us to stay in, but
yeah. Right.
Yeah.
No,
and,
but I mean, yeah. But I mean,
inversely to that, if you went at 6,000 tonight, you have the opportunity to increase in the future. Say something changes dramatically, with the caveat that you can do that until such time as the full project is sold out, if you will. Every seat's sold. So you can buy additional seats if you want to at the time that the project is going to construction.
So by voting for 8 or 10 tonight, we're just kind of reserving our seat at the table without having to pay down anything.
8 or 10 is holding you at a higher level that you can either remain at as you go forward, or you can reduce as you go forward.
Okay, thank you.
So,
and you are paying the difference.
Yeah.
You're paying about $600,000 more in the fifth contract.
Yeah. So basically, if we choose to go to the 8, we're paying more during this part of the contract, but it's kind of a risk reduction. At that point, we can go either way. We can go to 10 or we can go to 6 at the next contract. So it gives us a lot of flexibility to go up or down. Okay. Councilmember Christensen.
Yes, if we went with 8, it would still trigger a rate increase if we decide to stay with that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct. Can I turn it over to the,
Sure.
are you guys
Yes.
ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to turn it over to Todd Williams as the chair of your water board. We have a full contingent tonight. So we have Mr. John Caldwell, longtime Longmont citizen that I've known for years, Mr. John Bruning, Dave Swenson, and Renee Davis. And so they're all here tonight. I want to turn it over to Todd to start the dialogue.
It looks like Joan Peck had one quick question before.
I'll wait because Todd may answer my question.
Okay.
I'll wait till he talks.
Okay, great.
Let's hope so. Is this on? Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about the Windy Gap firming project. I think there's going to be at least 3 of the water board members that are going to speak tonight, so I'll give you kind of some of my thoughts and what some of the discussion has been within the water board, and then I'll turn it over to a few others to give their thoughts. Maybe to start with, I'll give you just a brief introduction on my background. I'm a third-generation Longmont resident. I'm a water resource engineer by training. I spent about 8 years with the city of Greeley as a water resource engineer and ultimately as a water resource manager, primarily with water resource planning. I was the deputy director for the city of Aurora for their raw water system for a while. And about the last 10 years, I've been a consulting engineer for municipalities as well as private clients in water resources. Maybe to what my thought is tonight, I'll give you some of our general comments on the Windy Gap firming project, and then we'll get into maybe more specific discussion on the participation level. As far as general comments, the first thought with Windy Gap firming comes back to cost. How cost effective is the Windy Gap firming project? And I lead into this with Eric just describing compact calls and some variability potentially on the future yields of Windy Gap. That being said, the past modeling work for Windy Gap firming project and the amount of units that Longmont has and the firming amount of firming storage we're looking at would suggest that the Windy Gap firming project is the most cost-effective water resource project we have to add yield to our system. We've actually set our cash and lieu price for the last few years. We pegged it to the Windy Gap firming project cost. We've uncoupled it from CBT prices, which have gotten extremely high. So we've really been looking to Windy Gap firming as the most cost-effective way to get additional water onto the city's system. Secondly is surety and timing. The Windy Gap firming project the permitting has been going on for almost 15 years. By the time water actually would be delivered from the firming project, we're going to be 20 or more years. And I bring that up in the context, as Dale mentioned, we do need to pursue other water projects in the future, but you need to keep in mind that there's a long lead time to bring those projects online. So to the extent we, reduce our participation and say, okay, we'll do that with a future project, keep in mind that there's risk associated with that, and there's also a timing element. You can't do that very quickly. It adds high-quality water supply to the Longmont system, and it adds redundancy. As Dale mentioned, during the flood of 2013, we were highly or completely dependent on the CBT system and deliveries from that part of Longmont's water system. I'll add to that if we add storage at Chimney Hollow, that adds additional buffer in terms of water storage that we currently have at the Ralph Price Reservoir. So if Ralph Price Reservoir had to go offline for any reason, a forest fire, if the outlet works didn't work, a whole bunch of reasons could result in that. Having additional storage there that we could pull out of the CBT system in Chimney Hollow would be invaluable, and that was actually documented in Longmont's 2004 Water Master Plan. The other item is Windy Gap is wholly consumable water. Namely, once we use it first for a potable purpose, the effluent that comes out of Longmont's wastewater plant can be used to extinction. So that helps Longmont with meeting return flow obligations they may have to the St. Vrain or the South Platte rivers. as well as meeting obligations that Longmont has to somebody like Excel. They currently have an exchange, and I'm going to get into that here in a little bit because I think that needs to be understood. There may be some variability in Longmont's water supply in the future. So that's just some general pieces in terms of how Windy Gap fits into Longmont's planning and some of the things that the Water Board considered. In terms of the participation level, maybe a little bit of history there. The 2004 Water Master Plan suggested Longmont's participation between 10 and 16,000 acre feet. As Dale mentioned, there was a study done in 2012 which tried to refine that. I think the thing that I really caught on to as I was reading that study is where the mayor was going, which is there's a lot of uncertainty in that number. We're going down to the single acre foot number in terms of the values that are listed in the report, but there's huge amounts of variability. There's potential of 8,000. If you look at the variables, they have 12 assumptions and 15 variables. If you look at the worst case scenario that they assumed, it's about 8,000 acre foot of additional demand for the city of Longmont. That's a huge increased demand. In the context of 6,000 acre foot of firming storage instead of 10,000 acre feet, that 4,000 acre foot difference is about 1,600 acre feet of additional water supply. So look at that in the context of the uncertainty of 8,000 acre feet of variability that was identified in that study. The other thing I wanted to just point out, so there's variability on the demand side. On the water supply side, I think there's some variability that we need to understand. The city of Longmont has a trade agreement with Excel Energy, whereby Longmont gets 3,000 to 5,000 CBT units annually, and they provide Excel Energy effluent, wholly consumable effluent, as I described earlier, that Excel can use for their purposes. That lease is got an 80-year term on it. Okay, it also has a 15-year opt-out period. So there's the potential that those 3,000 to 5,000 units of CBT are included in Longmont's planning. But there's the potential that Excel down the road could say, hey, we want to opt out of this agreement, and that 3,000 to 5,000 acre foot or CBT units could basically be backed out of Longmont's system. So if you look at the yield of that, 3,000 to 5,000 CBT units, if you look at a 50% CBT quota, which is what people have assumed on a drought year basis, that would be somewhere on 1,500 to 2,500 acre foot of water that would be a reduction in the yield. We're talking about going from 6,000 to 10,000 acre foot in firming. That's 1,600 acre foot of additional water supply. So I think you need to understand that there's some variability on the water supply side, especially in the context of that Excel contract. And whether it's 15 years and they provide us notice, or it's 80 years, once Longmont issues a water tap, that's in perpetuity. So I think we need to keep in mind that there's going to be maybe some variability on the water supply side, the way we're currently looking at it, that would warrant some additional participation in the Windy Gap firming project. With that, I'm going to actually turn it over to a few of the colleagues here. I guess to start with, I'll turn it over to John Caldwell, and then maybe once we go through it, if you guys have questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Thanks, Todd. There's a lot of different angles or different things I'd like to say, but I don't have time to say all of them. I think one of the things that's come out is the concern about the difference between the staff recommendation and the Water Board. And again, I would like to apologize to the council from my standpoint in not insisting that we had this discussion 2 years ago. And so even though you had you were pretty busy 2 years ago, I realize that. But there's a lot of things to consider in this. And I'd like to explain the question's been what's the Water Board's the difference? And we have a wonderful staff. They're creative. They work magic. They're great. They're engineers. They study stuff. They give you the best information possible. But they also aren't paid to be visionaries. And we, as a Water Board, we have our own ideas, our own thoughts, and I'll try to convey a few of those to you. We're not paid, as you know, and we're not paid to necessarily agree with the staff all the time. So, although having said that, I want to make clear I have tremendous respect for them and admiration. We just paid off the Windy Gap water. We have 30, how many million invested? 56 million. Put this, okay, so we have $56 million, 8,000 acre feet of Windy Gap water. The 6,000 acre feet of storage would firm up 2,500 acre feet of the 8,000, roughly 30%. If we go to 10,000 acre feet of storage, we firm up about 4,000, about half of our ownership of the Windy Gap water. What are we going to do with the 4,000 that we don't firm up? We're going to have two classes of water. We're going to have one very valuable asset that we could, as Todd said, we can reuse it till it wears out, till it's gone. The other 4,000, not so much. It's unfirmed. It's been unfirmed. What are we going to do with that? So my perspective is that we've got a bird in the hand in the sense that this project looks like it's going to be a go. As we've said before, we have other, and with all due respect to Dale, we do have other alternatives. But how certain are those other alternatives? They're, again, you got risk. So we have to consider that. We do have a bird in the hand, so to speak. The question always comes down to money. And how much do we want to ask the citizens to support this? I just look back. I don't know if most of you know Todd's grandfather is Milt Nelson, who's, as far as I'm concerned, the godfather of water policy in Longmont. Milt was on the original water board here. Dave Swenson's dad was mayor of Longmont. John Bruning, John's been here. His family's been here. Are you third, fourth, fifth generation? Fifth generation. We know, they know, what water has been. When Big T started, I don't think those people knew 50 or 100 years what the water needs were going to be. When built Button Rock, I don't think people knew what the needs were going to be. I know when Ralph Price went in 1967 and we got into Windy Gap, they were buying a junior water right that had no firm yield. And a lot of people thought that was crazy. But we're gonna firm it up, and it's gonna come in, and the cost is going to be, compared to the price of water today, is going to be reasonable. So it really is going to boil down to, what your vision is and what you believe your legacy you want it to be. So that's all I've got to say for right now. Thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you.
At the risk of being somewhat redundant, I'll introduce myself, and thanks to Council and Mayor for letting us come and present our feelings about this important project. My name is John Bruning. I am the fourth of 5 generations of Boulder County residents. I've been a resident in Longmont since 1984. I previously lived in Pitkin, Summit, and Grand counties. All of these counties are in the headwaters of the Colorado River, which I enjoyed living there. In retirement from the University of Colorado, I am a fly fishing guide. So I really appreciate the fact that we keep water in the river when we can. I've been on the water board for 10 years. And in this period of time,
this discussion and this recommendation to council is clearly the most important recommendation we will make about water to the council. And I submit to you, this is the most important decision that this council and possibly future councils will make regarding water procurement and water management. To share my perspective on why Longmont should participate at the 10,000 acre foot level. Some of this is redundant, forgive that. Longmont has historically, as noted, been a proactive leader in terms of procurement and water management. There is an inherent risk, clearly, of making decisions of this type, but the consequences of short-term decisions can certainly have a very negative potential impact on the future quality of our life and the vitality of our community in terms of its economic viability. Our forefathers made these decisions, and we are the beneficiaries of that. I liken the probability, you have to forgive me on this one, because I don't know where the council stands on this, but I liken the probability of increased water rates to the feeling that some people have about raising property taxes. A lot of people feel that why should I pay increased property taxes for education when I either have no children or my children are grown and independent? Why should I pay more for water rates now for the future needs of this community? I think it's a reasonable question. It's highly unlikely we'll ever find another source of this high quality water, reusable water, at a cheaper rate than 11,400 acre feet. Why not take advantage of this opportunity, which I believe to be a lifetime opportunity? This is not going to come along again, clearly in my lifetime, nor do I think yours. And why not firm up the 10,000 acre feet? Within reason, more water is generally better than less water. Windy Gap will provide redundancy, flexibility, and security. As was noted, there was no safe drinking water available after the 2013 flood. This project will add an additional storage and provide that diversity. You can look at Denver Water and what they went through after the Hayman fire and the other fire up north of that. Their reservoirs were filled with sediment. That could happen to Ralph Price easily. It could happen to other reservoirs easily. It's not just flood, and it's not just drought. At 10,000 acre feet participation level, the full 10,000 acre feet of Windy Gap firming water can be carried over from year to year. In the Chimney Hollow Reservoir, the firm yield of that amount of storage would be equivalent to the water supply needs of roughly 4,000 families of four for 1 year, contextually, okay? Regardless of the level of participation in the Windy Gap firming project, other water projects, as noted before by others, will have to be completed at higher cost and go through potentially rigorous and costly permitting processes in the future. It's not going to get any easier to get these permits, and it's not going to get any cheaper. Depending on our level of participation, we will spend, as was noted by Dale tonight, an additional $959,000 at as a 6,000 participation for Phase 5, or $1,598,000 roughly for Phase 5 at the 10,000 acre feet level. We've already spent $56 million on the Windy Gap parent project, and I submit we should take full advantage of that investment and firm the water that we need from this project. We're one permit away from having that project go forward. All one has to do comparatively is look at our surrounding communities, and for some people, who cares? But in some cases, these communities are passing down costs of an acre foot of water to their citizens at a rate of $35,000 per acre foot. So at $11,400 per acre foot, this is a deal. This is a real deal. Now, if we don't use the full amount of the firmed water, if we were at 10,000 acre feet initially, the surplus could be leased. And this lease could certainly be, this could be temporary revocable leases. Council can specify any limitations or exclusions for these leases. The revenue from these leases could, however, go into the operating fund to offset rates, and it could also be transferred in the construction fund to help offset the cost of the Windy Gap project. From my perspective, I do understand the concern about it being a purveyor of water. However, I think being a water seller is better than being a water buyer, not only today's market, but especially in the future. Also, an item we really haven't talked much about in the Water Board, the availability of non-historical native water rights that are transferable to Longmont at the time of annexation or development per the raw water requirement policy is quickly declining. Council could mandate that only cash fees will be accepted for any deficiency beyond the transfer of historic water rights for future development in the LPA. These fees could be increased. As Todd noted, we currently are basing those fees upon the cost pretty much of Windy Gap project. They could be increased beyond that to pay a portion of the 10,000 acre feet of Windy Gap firming project. And as comparison, again, this may not mean much to us, but it is significant in my opinion. Longmont's current cash in lieu fee is roughly 1/4 to 1/3 that of our surrounding communities here. If the full 10,000 acre feet is never needed, the remaining firmed acre feet would be extremely valuable. Understand, we're not going to get this water for 20 years? Roughly. How long? 6 or 7 years from now? Okay. So 6 or 7 years from now is when we would actually receive water if this was constructed. The remaining acre feet that we decide not to keep could be sold at a very high price. Before it was said that Windy Gap water that's not firmed will have less value. In the broader context of the project, Windy Gap firming is consistent with the Longmont's guiding water principles and the Colorado State Water Plan. All the required project mitigation requirements, Windy Gap firming project, will be met, and the enhancements will actually improve the existing conditions in the upper Colorado River Basin. In summary, a courageous and proactive decision by Council to participate at the 10,000 acre foot level is recommended by the Water Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
David?
Mayor, Council, I'm Dave Swenson. I'm also on the Water Board here, and almost 50-year resident now, and I really like Longmont. I came back out of the Navy in San Diego to live here. My job is a water resource engineer, which is kind of glorifying it because mostly I run computer models, and I've done a lot on the South Platte. Right now, District 2, which is where the St. Vrain dumps into on the South Platte, is one of the most over-appropriated stretches of river there is. Every drop of water in there is claimed, and we're not going to get it from there, but Denver, Aurora, suburbs, they're buying farms up the Poudre. They'll probably come up the St. Vrain, and they're taking that water, and they're running it down to the South Platte, and they're building pipelines to pump it all the way back up above Denver. And the South Platte water is South Platte water. They actually have to treat the water before they'll store it in their storage reservoirs down south in Denver. So I'm of the feeling you can't have enough water. 10,000 acre feet, that's the way to go. Thank you.
I think that's all the water board has, Mayor. So any questions or discussion, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Well, I guess what I come away with, is first off, I think it's a good point that Windy Gap is the most cost-effective water we have. It is, a bird in the hand, so to speak. And I think the variability is too great to stay with the 6,000. When I saw that one table that shows how much uncertainty there is, that kind of scares me, because even the mean of those values is closer to 8,000 feet than it is to 6,000 feet. I think it's good to have redundancy in your water supply, and it's high quality water. I mean, just ask Flint, Michigan, how important high quality water is. And the fact that it's wholly consumable. I'm kind of leaning towards, originally I thought, well, geez, if we only need 6,000, but once you start reading all this and understanding the tables and the variability and the fact that nobody really knows, and also at full build out, how do we really know how dense we say we're going to be 120,000 people, but if you look at our area, we're about the same area as Washington, D.C., where they have a lot more people, and when we start redeveloping our infill with a lot of high density, there could be a lot more residents than what we think we need. There's opportunities for citizens to save on water. It's pretty easy for my wife and I, because we have all native plants. We don't have grass. We have drip irrigations, but we use 40 gallons apiece per person, which is way under this. You'd have to add back in, my gym showers and restaurant washing dishes and stuff like that. But still, you can see this trend line that, I think at a bare minimum, I guess I'll let the rest of the council weigh in. I wouldn't be comfortable with anything, less than 8,000 myself, if I had to make a decision right now. But I'm comfortable with the 8,000 or 10,000 from what I've heard at this point. But I guess I'm going to let the other council members weigh in. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Dale, if we were to do the 10,000, the 1.6 million, where does that money come from? What fund?
Mayor Combs and Mayor Pro Tem Bagley, that money would come equally from the Water Operating Fund and the Water Construction Fund.
Okay.
Which is how we've been funding
There would
the project.
be no bonds issued at this point?
No.
Okay, so we have that money?
Yes.
Okay. And then if for some reason we're moving along and the feds do not issue that permit, the EPA, whoever gets involved and says no, which of course would be a disaster for the project, do we get our money back?
I wouldn't count on it.
No, okay. I'm just hoping. If we could get a handshake deal tonight, that'd be good. And then how much, if at all, would our rates increase with a payment of $1.6 million tonight if we vote for it? Do they increase at all?
Yeah.
So Mayor Combs and Mayor Pro Tem Bagley, for the fifth interim contract, there's nothing to your rates. The rates and the cost impacts are when you go to construction. One thing I want to also remind the council about is when we brought you the integrated treated water plan and the $200 million of investment that we need to make into the overall water utility, everything from treatment to distribution to treated storage. That's why your rates are being increased now at 9% a year, is in anticipation of a future bond issue in the range of around $40 million to pay for those additional treatment and treated water storage improvements. So I want you to understand that that's still there irrespective of what you decide to do on Windy Gap.
And then what about, so when we say $11,400 per acre foot, What does that mean?
That's the, I think the project is $4,300 an acre foot.
Say again, how much?
4,300 or 700? Answer it, Ken.
Mayor Pro Tem, the project is $4,700 per acre foot of storage, and Longmont's firm yield ratio is approximately 2.5 to 1. It's actually 2.42 to 1.
So say that again?
Our firm yield ratio is 2.42 to 1, which that means we have to purchase 2.42 acre feet of storage in the project excuse me, to realize 1 acre foot of firm yield. And so if you take the 4,700 times 2.42, you essentially you're investing $11,374 per acre foot of firm yield, which is right at our current cash in lieu is $11,375. So we're right at our current cash in lieu is right at what it would cost us to take that same amount of money and go get 1 acre foot of firmed water out of the firming project.
And it goes from 2.42 to 1 because of evaporation and that kind of stuff?
Because the project, the parent project, where you divert water out of the Colorado River, in a dry year you won't be able to pump. And so some years you pump a lot, some years you pump a little bit, and you put that into storage, and then so it takes, for every 2.5 acre feet of storage you have, you're able to take out 1 acre foot every year on a firm basis, but you have to have enough extra room to pump in the wet years, so in the dry years you can pull water out when you're not putting water in.
Got it. And then have we run any pro forma projections on how much rates would increase compared to 8, 10, or 12,000 square feet?
Yes. Yep.
Can we talk about that just for a second? Right, I realize that.
So if I can jump in, while you're also asking those questions, I think as we look at the water system, the one thing I want to say tonight is that I think we have to look at it in its component parts. So you have the part that deals with supply, but you also have the part that deals with the operations, maintenance, transmission, distribution of that. And so as Dale indicated, there's an increase now for that coming in the future, but we also know past 2020 there's going to be additional increases there too. And what I would say is that those increases are just as important as the supply side, because you have to make those improvements to your system. So what I didn't want to do is to have this look like it's only a conversation about supply. As we look at the full system, there's also the conversation about the O&M, where we know those pieces are going to have to come along at the same time.
And the reason I'm asking is because I don't know about you guys, but before I was on council, I never read the packet. So
Mayor Pro Tem Bagley and City Council, the slide here, it's also on page 14 of your packet. It shows two things. Under the cash financed scenario, in other words, you raise your money before you need it for the project. 6,000, it shows the 9% increases in years 17, 18, and 19, which are currently codified. You've already approved those. At 8,000, it shows 9%, so no change in 2017, but it shows going from 9 to 13 in both years 18 and 19. And if you go to the 10,000 cash financed option, you would need a 21% increase in 17 and a 22% increase in 18. And the reason for that is you have to generate the money over a fairly short period of time. We don't have 10 years to get the money in hand with a project that's going to go to construction in that time frame. At the bottom of that table is the debt financed option. At both 8, we don't need it at 6,000. There's no reason to debt finance. At the 8,000 acre foot, the rates would need to increase in 2019 up to 14% from the current 9. And at 10,000, they would need to increase at 14% in both 18 and 19. And of course, you would have to have a approval of a bond to fund under a debt financed option.
And then the difference, so why is there a cash financed? What's the difference between cash financed and debt financed?
So cash is no bond.
Right, but then where does the cash come from?
Rates.
Oh, I see. Duh. Thank you. and then did we do 12,000? And my question is, why did you consider 12,000? Why 10 and not 12 or more?
So 6 to 10 was the council direction since about the 2011 retreat, that was the range that we were to evaluate the project. So we stayed with that council direction.
Okay, and then what is the most we could get? Just out of curiosity. What is the most that's available to us? 12?
12, probably. We're currently at the permitting level at 12,000. So it could be 15.
All right.
So the answer is you're at 12,000 now. You've been at that level all the way up to this point of the project. There is some unsubscribed, as they call it, capacity in the project that if you wanted to go bigger, you could go bigger.
And then my last comment is I think that in order to get, regardless of what we do, if we're going to bond anything, which I think that we should do the full 10, but if we're going to bond anything, we need to, A, do a better job of engaging the public, and B, I think that if it's hanging out there that the water could be used for fracking, oil and gas, or specifically water could be sold to residential or commercial developers on our doorstep, I think that would cause a problem. And I know that we've given direction to council that shouldn't be the case, but all it would take is a vote of 4 in the future, and it's done. There's no second reading or whatnot. Whereas an ordinance to that effect would require public invited to be heard. It would require a second reading, public hearings, and that would give the community an opportunity to tell us, should we change that direction, it would give them notice to show up and say, hey, you're doing this wrong, or hey, we agree. So, I think we need to seriously consider actually adopting an official ordinance that we would pass.
And if I can interrupt just quickly, you've given us that direction. That is on cue to come up to the Water Board in April, and we'll be bringing that to council for your consideration right after that. So,
thank you.
It's in the works.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Personally, I think that we need more public engagement before we decide on the agreement as to the amount of acre feet. And the reason I'm saying that is because we are going to be increasing their rates. And this should be a bigger educational process before we agree to increase people's rates in a year, basically in 2017. And to let them know why and what this is all about and what it means. My other question is, so I personally would like to put this off for another study session so that people can be more engaged in what this is really all about. The other question I have was, at the 6,000 rate with the study that you said, Dale, we do have enough water. We are buying enough water for build out now, and how long into the future does that build out extend at the current 6,000 rate?
So Mayor Combs and Councilmember Peck, the chart that I had up, it's to meet the 100-year drought at build out of the city, and that had been currently estimated to occur around 2048. So it starts in 2048 and goes 7 years into that future. The other thing I would say with regards to public engagement, again, your decision tonight will have to be further acted on in the form of both an appropriation, which takes a first and second reading, along with the public invited to be heard.
Okay.
That will need to happen, as well as another decision with regards to execution of the contract. I do encourage, I can't do anything beyond that, but I do encourage the council to give us direction, if nothing else, at least on that 5th interim contract, so that we can get in motion to bring those ordinances forward, which will certainly provide for additional public input.
Okay, thank you.
So, looking at this currently codified at 9%, that's there regardless of where you do the 6,000 or nothing, because we need that for a lot of our infrastructure upgrades anyway. So the initial 6,000 on this really isn't a rate impact on the taxpayers at this point. During this first phase, we can say, gee, we really don't even want this. So right now, I don't see that this decision is a big impact on rates, is the way in reading my packet. No. Am I misunderstanding?
Mayor Combs, again, the decision on the 5th contract in and of itself doesn't trigger a rate issue.
Right, yeah.
What we're going to need to know, though, and decide as a council and as a community is what level do you stay at as you go into construction. Right. And the sooner we know that, the sooner we can either make the decision to go for a debt option or we can go for a cash option. In the context, by the way, of the other issues that you're aware of, from storm drainage issues to already a water bond issue that we know will be needed for the treatment and other aspects. And so that all has to come together fairly quickly because of the timing of when this project would go to construction.
Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. We as a council are elected to be visionaries. We're not elected to sit here and not listen to experts and not listen to the people who know more about this subject than we do. We are the ones who are supposed to sit here, use that information, project it into the future, and say, what do we want for our city? Prior councils have done that, and they have left us in good shape for water. We need to do the same. And I think we would be foolish not to do the 10,000. It's a good deal. It's cheap water. It's, to not do it because somebody might be afraid we might use it for fracking when we can make sure that that doesn't happen would be silly, I think. And the range from 10,000 to 13 worst case scenario, 8,000 to 13,000 worst case scenario for our water use. 10,000 barely covers it, and it's a good deal. Like I say, it's a good deal it's cheap water. It's easier than any other water we're going to get, and I think we'd be foolish not to do the full 10, which is what our experts are telling us.
Councilmember Christensen.
Well, I'm put in mind of another Donald who once said there are known knowns, there are known unknowns, and there are unknown unknowns. And I think that's what we all have to deal with. And that is what we're put in charge of. Okay, do the best you can, and we have to listen to the experts in that case because that's the only choice we have. But I do think that when we have an ordinance put forth so that it is made obvious that we can be using temporary removable leases, revocable, I'm sorry, and that we can also, I thought you had a good suggestion that we increase the water development fees, which are now a fourth or a third of everybody else in the adjacent areas. That would help to offset this. I still believe that the 8,000 is a good amount. However, if we're going to finance it with debt, the percentage is really only 1% more. And so then it would seem like a better deal to go with the 10,000 acre foot. But in truth, everyone has testified that 6,000 to 8,000 will be adequate for build-out, and I really don't want us to get into water speculation and that sort of thing. I feel like 8,000 is a good amount unless we're going to bond it. In that case, perhaps we should go with the 10,000 because it's a better, economically better. Thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. The variables are there. I mean, as Mayor Coombs pointed out, you go from 3 to
13.
13, yeah, exactly. You have there's a great divide there of unknown. John Bruner, my father's one of those people who, back in Texas, always complains about he has to pay for other kids' education these days. Of course, I remind him there was an older guy just like him when I was in school saying the same thing. So when it comes to this, and as Councilmember Finley said, yeah, we take the advice of the water board. I mean, you all are water experts. Our staff, water experts. It's interesting to find two different suggestions from both our staff and one of our boards. It happens, and it's just sometimes a difference of opinion. I don't fall into the whole idea of the voodoo that people like to bring up. Well, fracking and are we going to sell water to people out west, because that's just something they like to bring up to scare folks. It's a scare tactic. I don't have a problem with making supporting an ordinance that, as Councilmember Bagley said, that would have certain conditions on if we were to lease water or what have you. We have those conditions currently with some of our water leases. I have no problem with that. I had a good conversation with Dale today and Harold, and talking about between 6 and 10. I thought 8 would be all right, looking at the variables again. After looking at it on Thursday when I looked at the packet and I knew this one was going to be a rough subject, looking at it again on Sunday and then again on Monday and today, there are great unknowns. I would, if there's a way to smooth out a rate increase, I think we should look at that. If we go to 10 acre feet and issue debt or bond out, I'd be in favor of that. In fact, pretty much I am in favor of that. I'm in favor of going and looking at the 10 acre feet.
10,000.
10,000, excuse me. 10,000. I'm thinking just in single digits right now. 10,000 acre feet. Explaining our rates to residents is one of our key jobs. As well, with the increase in garbage, I had to explain that to the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. And once you explained how things worked, garbage rate increases and composting are two different subjects, everyone understood, in a sense. How do you decrease your water usage? As Mayor Coombs says, you can do xeriscaping, you can do all different types of water limiting devices, whether it's shower or toilets or what have you. So I know there's a decision that has to be made tonight, as has been pointed out to us at least a couple times by Dale, and I'm sure Eric and everyone at Northern would like to know. So I would move that Longmont participates at 10 acre feet. 10,000. 10,000. 10,000.
Okay, motion's been made and it's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bagley. Councilmember Peck.
My question is, I totally agree with the ordinance on not selling to southern and eastern developers, as well as for oil and gas exploration. However, if we don't do that, what would you do with the extra water? Where would you lease it?
Yeah.
And are we becoming water brokers then at the expense of higher rates for our residents?
No, I wouldn't call that water broker using leftover effluent that you can't use.
I'm sorry. I was just going to jump in.
I would just consider that using effluent, because the effluent, you don't always get to use it a second time. And the Windy Gap is reusable. You could put a pump there and pump it back upstream, run it through your treatment plant again until it's gone.
So basically what you're looking at, the extra acre feet of water as a revenue source, not basically what Longmont needs for sustainability.
No, I'm just saying it could be used. You asked what the extra could be used for, and it's like, well, you could use the effluent, because I know there are cities looking for effluent.
So again, we're looking to get this extra water to sell, not necessarily what Longmont needs.
You're already leasing and selling water to downstream people.
You know, if the city's got an asset that's valuable, why wouldn't we want to leverage that to actually lower people's water rates? I mean, we sell electricity at Platte River so we can keep our rates down. When we have excess capability at Platte River Power Plant, we sell that on the surplus market, so we reduce everybody's things. We can do the same thing with water. Go ahead.
Councilman Peck, I sense there's a trying to figure out how to maintain or produce cash flow to utilize the water. I think that, not to mix metaphors here, but there's two issues. One is to have firm water so that we have water 50 to 100 years into the future for unknown reasons. Mayor Coombs very articulately pointed out that bless our staff, they're using the best information they've got available today, but with using that information, there's still a big range of unknowns. And what I'm saying is that we have an investment here already, and we need to utilize that investment and have that water available into the future. How that water is utilized in the interim in terms of leasing or not leasing or developing cash, that's a separate issue. So I look at it as firming up water that we're going to have available for whatever reason that we can't foresee well into our future. So I hope that maybe clarifies or separates the issues as far as I can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The question, Councilman Peck, with regard to what can you do beside selling it or leasing it and so on. One thing we've not talked about at all, but this water in combination from the expansion of the Union Reservoir and the pump back project could actually realize higher levels of water flow through the town. What value do you place upon that? The St. Vrain River in these times right now is quite low. Aesthetically, we are improving the waterway and the walkways through the St. Vrain corridor as a result of the flood. But certainly, if there's more water flowing down through there, there's fully usable, and that we would store in Union Reservoir and pump back. So a nice cycle coming right through town. That amenity, to me, is huge. Other communities are doing similar things, and selfishly, I'd love to be able to go fishing right down on Sunset, right down there, and have trout there year-round.
Councilmember Moore?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'll try to talk. I came in tonight expecting to support 6,000 acre-feet, as that was a staff recommendation. It's also number one in our guiding principles, is to provide the water necessary. However, after being educated more, and believe me, I've probably spent 8 to 10 hours on that packet just on the water issues, and I still didn't understand it as well as I do now. Like things like acre feet versus yield. That's an important distinction. It's not a matter of you get 1 acre foot of water, you get to deliver 1 acre foot of water. You know, you don't. It doesn't balance. And then this reusable water part is really, I don't think I noticed it mentioned in the packet. So that's an important part of this also. And I do a real high-level rough calculation of $71 million, 71 plus, to finance 10,000 acre feet. It comes out to like $29 per person per year in Longmont. I think when you put it, big numbers scare people, but when you spread it out over a large number of people, you're distributing the cost in an effective way. And since we already have the opportunity today to nail this water down, I now have actually come to the conclusion that I would support the 10,000 acre feet. And that's about all I can say right now.
Okay. I think it's also important to know that if we made this decision at 10,000 tonight, we can always back down to 8,000 at a later date. I mean, we have options. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I didn't understand, Councilmember Moore. Can you repeat that? So going back to the rates for a second, Dale, what happens after 2020?
After Mayor Combs and Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Bagley, I'm sorry. As we look at the rates in the 20-year plan, there are continued rate increases.
What are those increases?
They, I believe, are in the range of 7 to 8% a year for the foreseeable future.
Meaning every year goes up 7 or 8%?
7 or 8 annually.
For how long? 4 to 6 years?
Beyond,
and do they go
beyond
back
the
down,
2020.
or do they set at that?
After that.
Sounds like.
So it increases 6 to 8% for, yeah, I mean, this is kind of important.
Like we can, Mayor Pro Tem Bagley, when we come back with the ordinances, we can certainly have that longer term view in your packet information so you can see that. That was part of the 20-year plan on the integrated water plan.
Because I mean, I'm for the 10,000 acre feet, but I also want to make sure that as we move forward, we understand what that means, in all fairness. And so I would like to see that when we come back. Also, I think there's as I sit here listening, I think that we've heard the word speculation used a couple of times in a couple of different ways. On one hand, I agree, we don't want to be water brokers and speculate in the sale of water. But on the other hand, the 6,000 acre feet was trying, keyword trying, to take into account, well, how much do we need in a 100-year drought? Well, maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. Maybe it's like the flood, it's a 500-year or a 1,000-year drought. Global warming, regardless of what you think, is happening. Now, where it comes from, we don't know. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm just saying it's happening. We don't know what's going to happen. And so I come from a background where, you know, when I was a kid, no matter how good or bad times were, my parents had wheat, canned peaches, chocolate pudding that was nasty, but we ate it because they believed in having a food storage. And I remember a couple years we had to dip into it and being thankful that we had it. So I kind of look at it not as speculation, but as preparation for should things go poorly with our community. And if we have the opportunity to invest now, given that, A, we need to make sure that the public understands, going back to rates, conversations, et cetera, and 2, an ordinance creating some type of communal agreement that we're not going to take this water and become water brokers only to destroy our doorstep. I think that would go a long way to gaining the public's trust. So those are my thoughts.
And again, there's 2 decision points. One is the immediate decision point is on the 5th interim agreement, which that doesn't necessarily commit us in the future on the 10,000 on the construction piece.
But if we're going to spend 1.5 million.
But if you're going to spend it, you're heading down that road.
Yeah.
But it's also, what are the construction costs going to be? There's other variables even in that conversation that will come in the future that we're going to have to bring back to you as we move into that construction piece of it.
Councilmember Santos.
And again, I don't see this as, you know what, I will say it's water speculation, but it's water speculation for the city of Longmont, not for selling water to people to the east, people to the south, or people that frack or what have you. I'm looking at is water speculation for the city of Longmont and the potential growth and build out of the city of Longmont, and making sure that we have plenty of water for the residents for the city of Longmont. That is my goal here. And it's, I know that Northern has been waiting on our decision on this matter, and it's vital that we have this decision. Once the 5th, or hopefully not the 6th interim agreement, once we get to the point where we go to bid, council at that time, in whatever configuration is there, can have another discussion on participation, which is what I've heard. But right now, that's the motion I did for 10,000 acre feet is what is there, what I have made.
Councilmember Peck.
I will go for the 8,000 acre feet because I do trust the expertise in our staff. They've done a great job with the city of Longmont, and if we're buying extra water to fill up the St. Vrain, hopefully we're not going to have another flood with all that water in the St. Vrain. And I really don't want to buy water just so people can fish in the St. Vrain. That makes no sense to me. We don't need the 10,000 acre feet. It's going to cost more, and we really don't need to sell it. That shouldn't be our role. And I do think that our staff are visionaries. And they've been visionaries for a long time, which is why we do have a good water supply and management system. It was partly staff, Ms. Councilman Finley. Thank you for that comment, though. So I would support the 8,000 acre feet of water. Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess now we've got a motion. It's been seconded. I think it's time to vote. Okay, it passes 5-2 with Councilmember Christensen and Councilmember Peck dissenting.
Council, I want to thank you for that. And two important things, as I said earlier. Longmont can't really lose in this game. We're in a very good position. I also want to thank all the work that the Water Board does. I see them as partners. I do not, even though we may have a slightly different position on this, my angle on it is informed and intelligent people can look at the same information and draw different conclusions. And so we will now bring back the ordinances for the appropriation and then the 5th interim contract for your action. You can expect to see that as soon as we can turn it around, which should be at the next regular meeting in April.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coons. And I would encourage, if the tours are still going on with Northern, I would encourage members of council to go to the East and West Slope tour. They are really great educational tours, especially if you're on Eric's bus, because he will point out everything possible about where water comes from the west to the east and so forth.
Okay. Well, I guess I'd like to ask council if they would be okay if I move the discussion, basically item D, of options related to the potential sale of the 103 Main Street, Willow River, to the first item in the study session, and then move everything else down a slot. Can we do that? Since take a 5-minute break. Yeah, and then we'll take a 5-minute. Once we concur that that's okay with everybody. All right, let's take a 5-minute recess. we can get to our next pretty important matter tonight, and that's the cheese importer.
He's a tall glass of water guy.
That does smell good. Go ahead.
Mayor, David Stearns is here to present the discussion of options related to the potential sale of 103 Main Street to Willow River Properties.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. David Stearns, redevelopment manager with the city. Tonight I want to kind of talk about the potential sale of 103 Main Street to Cheese Importers. I also want to point out, I think before, when you came today, Kimberly McKee from the DDA left, she's out sick tonight, but she left a note regarding this item. So if you have a chance to kind of look it over, that would be greatly appreciated. So what I want to do tonight is kind of walk through a little bit of the history of how we got to where we are today, then kind of talk through and outline some of the options that we are seeking direction from you on tonight. Just to kind of give you some background information on the property, as everyone pretty much well aware, it was the city's first electric utility, built in 1931. It's what we call a good example of classical industrial architecture. It operated until the late 1960s as the electric power plant, and then it was transferred over. Actually, it was vacant for 10 years. In 1979, the sanitation department took it over and used it for storage and maintenance until 1996. And then 1998, the museums moved in there to store their three-dimensional collection. During that period, about 45,000 different artifacts were stored in there. And then in 1997, it was designated a local historic landmark. So just a quick little story about how we got here today. So basically back in 2011, at their other location off of Pratt, Cheese Importers had a lease there that was not going to be renewed, and so they were in danger of leaving Longmont. Somehow a phone call got routed to me from Linda White, the mom of the Cheese Importers, and they were interested in staying in Longmont and needed some help to help them find a place, and their preference was for downtown. And so this started a process for us in the city, working closely with the DDA to help them find a location in the city and to stay in Longmont. And ultimately, through direction of the council back in 2012, we're able to kind of move them into the 103 Main Street and have the artifacts be moved to another location. And so, this 103 Main was used as a storage. It was an unimproved industrial building. If you were there when it was used for storage, it was just row after row and racks of three-dimensional collection from the museum. At the same time, in 2012, the city was going through the First and Main Transit Plan, which was our revitalization plan for that portion of downtown. And so the storage piece of that seemed contrary to the goals of the plan. There wasn't a lot of development activity going on in the First and Main, and really this is one of the first projects that we believed and through your leadership kind of helped to jumpstart reinvestment in that area. So in 2012, we entered into a lease with Cheese Importers. It's a 10-year lease with 2 5-year option renewals. As part of this lease, the tenant is essentially responsible for all the maintenance of the exterior and interior. The city is responsible for 2 main things, and this is related to the structural integrity of the property, which includes the foundations and the roof, as well as the city-installed HVAC equipment. This is what I would really call a true public-private partnership in terms of the city working closely with a private owner to help them stay in Longmont, and at the same time working closely with the DDA to kind of bring them as a key catalyst for this portion of downtown. So the benefits of the lease agreement, just to kind of summarize, by having them retain them in Longmont, they were able to end their relocation search. They were getting, as I understand, significant interest from some other cities in Boulder County to relocate. So we were very pleased to keep them here. The museum storage was relocated to another facility in South Longmont, and then after undergoing an extensive renovation, they opened in 2012, or August 2012. And so as part of this lease agreement, right now how it's structured is the rent that Cheese Importers pays to us basically goes to offset the rent that we pay for a private operator to store the museum artifacts. They also relocated their storage facility that they had in Lafayette to Longmont to be closer to the store here today. Since moving to 103 Main Street, they've enjoyed tremendous success. More than 80,000 customers annually, or guests, and visit this facility. They've experienced sales of 5 to 15% month over month, year over year, annually. They've expanded their menu more than 10 times. They've added beer and wine. They do. They serve dinner on weekends now. They increased their community events and activities. I think last week they had a French cultural language group there meeting. And then in terms of the city fiscal impact, the city sales tax has tripled from their previous location. So at the same time, given that they're enjoying tremendous success, we've had some challenges that are becoming more problematic with the museum storage. As Longmont is really the great last frontier in terms of the commercial real estate market, the market here has been strengthening, rents have been going up. And so the LAC, now LAEDP, really asked the city if we can help relocate that museum storage in order to free up industrial space, because there's a significantly low vacancy rate, I believe below 5% for industrial in Longmont. At the same time, we began searching for buildings and land, but we lacked the resources, to buy and build a permanent facility on city land without the proceeds of the sale. So with that, we're really need to move quickly to see if there's an opportunity where we can sell this property, use the proceeds, and then help build a permanent facility for our public safety and museum storage. So we started this process as part of the sale back in 2014, where we, anticipating a potential sale, we had an appraisal done. That appraisal came back to $1.37 million. Through that period, we had some environmental issues we had to address. Basically, the time that appraisal is valid is about 1 year. So as part of that, in this year, or actually in 2015, last year, we updated the appraisal. That value came in at $1.55 million, which is a 13% increase. As part of this, during that period, the city and Cheese Importer, we split some costs related to this potential that's needed to be done for this potential sale. That included a phase 1 environmental assessment, as well as the city, received a grant from the Division of Oil and Public Safety through the Redevelopment Fund for a further assessment to get what's called a letter of no further action. And this is something that the bank is requiring as part of the sale. And so, good news, it came back. We have no further action necessary. So, the slate is clean in terms of moving forward from the environmental perspective. So I won't really go into too much details about Cheese Importers. As Clara mentioned earlier tonight, they've been in Longmont for a long time. I think this is their 40th year anniversary, 2016 when they first opened back in 1976, and I believe it back at the old cannery facility right there off of 3rd Avenue. They have 2 locations in Longmont, the retail store, as well as their warehouse. They're a unique destination retailer, as some of the public invited to be heard guests commented. People from all over the world come and visit Longmont, and is quite well known as a destination. And they also have a significant wholesale component where they supply 600 plus restaurants, grocers, and hotels with their cheeses, olives, and other types of goods and services. So tonight, in terms of what we're seeking direction for you on, there's 3 main topics. One is the timing of the sale. Second is the purchase price consideration, and then third is a historic preservation easement recommendation from HPC. So if you're okay, I'll kind of move through this, and then we can open up to questions afterwards. So one, timing of the sale of the property. The city has been affected by several issues. One, the city has determined that this property is surplus to the needs of the city. We don't really desire to be a landlord to a private commercial tenant, not really part of our core business. And then the city's museum and public safety have an urgent need for a permanent storage facility, and these sale proceeds will be used to help build and buy a storage facility. 4, as Ms. White indicated, Cheese Importers is reluctant to make additional investment into their property beyond about $1.5 million they've already invested, without owning the building. And then the city, as part of our responsibility through the current lease, We have an unfunded liability in the CIP for the building's roof and HVAC system, which is estimated in the range of $200,000 to $300,000 over the next 5 to 10 years, depending on when it needs to be done. The second consideration is the purchase price. As indicated in the council communication, the proposed price was $901,750. And this price was based on the following kind of calculation. One, it was the appraisal less what we consider the eligible permanent improvements made to the property, plus the required permit fees for those improvements. And so this price was based on the language in the lease that was adopted back in 2012, and it stipulates that the city agrees to consider the possible sale of the property to the lessee at the then fair market value of the property, less any value attributed to the improvements installed by the lessee, provided that any sale would be subject to approval of the city council. And so, as part of this analysis to determine this purchase price, they provided documentation about $842,000 in expenses. City staff and building, we went through it all the receipts, and we determined that about $664,000 was eligible, considered permanent to the building, which reduced the price down to that $901,000. The city also has ongoing O&M costs associated with this property pursuant to that lease. And we don't have the exact for this particular building given the contract we have with our providers, but we estimated if you apply $2 a square foot for a citywide average of all buildings, it's about $20,000 to $25,000 per year. To really understand how much these future costs, including the HVAC and the roof, we would need to conduct a detailed evaluation of these buildings. This is unfunded, but it's estimated to cost about $45,000 to conduct that detailed analysis. And I mentioned the $200,000 to $300,000 with roof and HVAC repair replacement within the 5 to 10 year period. The last section is the preservation easement. Back on March 3rd, the Historic Preservation Commission made a motion to recommend that council place a permanent easement on the property to protect it in perpetuity if it's sold to cheese importers. Just to make everyone aware, obviously the property is a local historic landmark, and this current designation already provides protections from demolitions or inappropriate alterations of the exterior without approval of HPC. So for cheese importers to do anything exteriorly to the building, they still had to go back through HPC for approval. The easement would add an additional level of protection to the building by requiring both parties to agree to release building from demo and alteration protections. Conversely, this landmark status could be unilaterally lifted by a future city council by a majority vote. And then, as Mr. Rapiano commented, the imposition of such an easement does not materially impact the appraisal value, and we confirm this with our appraiser. So we seek direction on the following 3 items. 1, do you wish to sell the property now? 2, is the negotiated price of $901,750 acceptable? And then 3, does City Council wish to pursue a preservation easement on the property? So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. We have staff here to help answer. Brian Schumacher with the Historic Preservation, one of our staff members. Also Barbara Crane in terms of any comments about O&M costs. So thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. David? Yes, no, yes, yes, no.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So I'm going to say some things. I know I'm not trying to offend the White family. My job as a city councilman is to protect the city, and I've got some concerns. A lot of the concerns have been alleviated due to the fantastic work that Mr. Starnes appears to have done the last couple of weeks. So thank you very much for that. But I just want to make sure that regardless of what decision this council makes, that we at least make the decision understanding, and the public, staff, everybody understanding what the data is. So first of all, the city, so looking at the lease agreement here, the term of the lease on page 2, page 1, back on May 1st of 2012, it says the city leases the property to lessee for a 10-year term commencing May 1st, 2012. We have not yet finished our 4th year of the lease. So tonight I heard a lot of conversation, etc., worry about, unless they were going to violate their lease, they are locked in for at least another 6 years, 2 months. So that is that. The next thing is, I view this different. I view this very similar to the mall. When we wanted to do something to get rid of the eyesore known as the Twin Peaks Mall, we entered into an agreement, and we made sure that agreement was good for us, and we also made sure, and they made sure, the mall, that it was good for them. And we entered into it because we thought, and I still believe, that we will get more money out of it than we put into it through our sales tax. We did a similar thing with the cheese importers back on February 29th, 2012, when the city and the cheese importers, knowing all the facts, knowing that there was a Butterball plant, knowing that there was a redevelopment downtown effort coming, we entered into a lease that we thought was good, and cheese importers entered into a lease at that time that they thought was good. And that led to good synergy, and as we saw, the cheese importers is thriving. Longmont downtown, or that First and Main project, is making good progress, and it's a win-win. I'm hesitant to, just like I would be hesitant to, with the mall, if Allen Ginsberg showed up and said, hey, I want more money because I'm cool and because everybody loves that mall and that new movie theater, I'd still say, Allen, yeah, but it's done. Meaning, we gave you money to get things going. We don't need to give you money now just because the mall and the Village at the Peaks has started. So my attitude's kind of the same way with the cheese importers. I agree with everything that's been said. Cheese importers is awesome. Great food, great destination, awesome. But while I would be able to support a sale, does the city council wish to sell the building now? I don't know about now. I'm not real sold on it. It would depend on number 2. Is the negotiated price of $901,750 acceptable? Now, if you look at number 6, when the lease was entered into, a lot of people say, oh my gosh, we've put in all these improvements. The leasee may, at its own expense from time to time, make alterations, additions, or changes in and to the property as it may deem necessary or suitable. So cheese importers knew in the lease that they were going to be responsible for the expenses. Moreover, it says all alterations, additions, and improvements made in or to the property shall, unless otherwise provided by written agreements or by the terms of this lease, shall be the property of the city and shall remain and be surrendered with the property. So the lease says that they're responsible for the improvements, whether it's $600,000, $800,000, 1.3, or $4 million. The agreement was they were responsible, and after it was over, the improvements would remain and be surrendered to the city along with the property at the end of the lease. It also says that the maintenance, they're responsible for all the exterior and interior of the property. It says 8.2 that the city is responsible to maintain the roof and the HVAC. So, I mean, when, again, 2 parties negotiating at the time entered into this agreement, and they said these were the conditions. Now, I'm sure the mayor put up his finger. Yes, there is a paragraph in here that talks about the sale. And I would like to read that. Number 17 on page 8 of 11, potential sale to leasee. At the conclusion of year 5, we are not even to the conclusion of year 4. No, not till May 1st. We are not yet to the conclusion of May 4. But regardless, we are definitely not at the conclusion of year 5. But it says at the conclusion of year 5 of the initial 10-year lease term, the city agrees to consider the possible sale of the property to the leasee at the then fair market value of the property, less any value attributable, I assume that's a typo, less any value attributable to the improvements installed by the leasee, provided that any sale would be subject to the approval of City Council. So the way I read this is, Cheese Importers was responsible for the expenses. They were to be surrendered to the city at the end of 10 years, or the lease also allows unilaterally Cheese Importers to take another 5 years or even another 5 years after that, so a potential 20-year lease. And the way number 17 is written, at the end of year 5, not at the end of 3 years, 10 months, we, agree to consider the possible sale subject to the approval of City Council. This is not a lease option. This is basically us saying, if we decide to sell it, and we'll consider it, and we possibly will sell it, should we choose to, we will deduct the costs from fair market value and sell it to Cheese Importers. Given we're not at the end of year 5, and given what this lease says, I understand that there are HVAC, roofing, city doesn't want to take care of the building, they want out. I certainly don't want to manage the building. So I wouldn't have a problem with revisiting this in year 5 or now. But I don't think it's as simple as, because we're not at the end of year 5, that lease doesn't kick in. And I question, all we've done is gotten an appraisal. When was the appraisal conducted? So July of 2014. July of 2015, which was only a little over 3 years into the lease. Mm-hmm. So the appraisal, I would argue, is outdated, especially when considered to 5 years. And then I would also argue that it's a little bit more complicated than taking a July appraisal less some of the expenses that we find to be appropriate. I think that we need to look hard and negotiate with Cheese Importers to determine whether or not that is actually the price that we should be charging for the building. That is my concern. And I agree with everything that's been said about Cheese Importers. I have no problem selling the building. I just want to point out that if we do it tonight, we don't have to. There's no lease that's requiring us to do so. And we're doing it either because we want to avoid the HVAC and the roofing costs, or because we just simply love the White family and the Cheese Importers and we decide to just do it without a second thought. And it's good for the community. But I just think that I just don't know if we've done enough due diligence to really determine whether or not, given the date of the appraisal and given the timeliness or the lack of timeliness in this 5-year trigger for the potential sale to the leasee, that the price is actually what we should be selling it for.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So, on the question of should we sell it now, and I would say yes. What we heard tonight, that they're ready to make some more improvements to the property, and that can only help with the visibility of South Main and bring in more potential business. And also, we're spending about half of our rent income on maintenance of the building already. So really, it's not the rent, really not that profitable. Do you have any idea what the property tax generation would be, David?
So how it's structured right now, because they're in a tax-exempt building, the tenant pays what's called the possessory interest in real property to Boulder County, and so it's based on the basically they take the lease and they do a net present value of that, and as you eat into that lease, the amount of property tax you pay goes down. And so what they would be paying once it flips over and we sell it, I think Claire, she was telling me it's twice or 3 times what they would be paying now in terms of property taxes.
How much?
How much they're paying now? I don't know.
Okay, so that's another benefit to the city, to turn it into private ownership, and and that would get down to the price that they're we're negotiating right now, and that is based on the most current appraisal we do have. And whether or not it makes any sense to go out and reappraise and do all this brain damage again, I don't think it's really going to net us a whole lot. So so I would say yes to number one, yes to number two, and when you talk about putting a permanent easement on that property, I think when we look at 50 years out or 100 years out, what's the higher and better use of that property? We don't want to have a permanent easement on there, in my opinion. So I would not support the permanent easement on the property because of the net detrimental effect of having that building at a time when we may have a better use for that property. And with all the new development going up around there, it's going to be the only historic building within several blocks. So those are my three comments, and those are my reasons.
Councilmember Christensen.
In short, I would agree with Councilman Santos. Yes, yes, and no. I would like one question first, clarification from City Attorney Eugene May, who wrote this. And I was told that you did not believe that number 17 precluded us from selling it earlier. It was just a suggestion that it would be considered at the end of 5 years. But we have the city who would like to sell it, the leasee who would like to buy it. They are the ones who signed it, and they would like to mutually sell it. It seems to me that that would be the smart thing to do.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. So the parties to a lease agreement can choose to modify the lease agreement if they so choose.
Yeah.
I think paragraph 17 lays out some expectations that were there at the time the lease was entered into, but of course the parties to the contract can modify the contract if they want.
Okay.
If I can jump in to also answer something that Councilmember Bagley brought up that goes to this is what's the trigger? The trigger is actually the museum. The museum storage was the trigger because we have a lease on that property until 2018, and we were told that they're not going to lease it to us after 2018, which that created a sense of urgency in this, in terms of we're going to have to move it again, and there's other pieces. So that was the trigger point to say, we need to figure something out because of the movement of those artifacts to this other location, then knowing that this other piece is coming forward.
Okay. Okay, so on the second, I mean, I do think that there's no reason not to sell it now. We want it sold so that we can move the museum and create the archives, which are really important. Whether we've done due diligence and aren't getting a fair price, when Councilman Bagley read this stuff about everything would be surrendered at the sale, unless further set forth by the terms of this lease. It was set forth by the terms of this lease in Article 17, the potential sale to leasee, which said less the market value of the property less any value attributed to improvements installed by the leasee. We've done two different appraisals. The latest one was just several months ago, and continuing to do appraisals on a month-by-month basis is kind of an expensive deal. I think that this is a very fair price. They have put in a huge amount of money. I would refer everybody to the letter that came from Kimberly McKee, who was instrumental in helping the cheese importers partner with the city of Longmont, along with Sean Lewis and David Starnes. And this puts it back into putting it on the property tax rolls, which is beneficial. It provides community and cultural programming. It is everything, in short, that the city wants in a small business and a successful and a stellar business. It's everything that the Advanced Longmont Plan wants for culinary, the culinary part of our Advanced Longmont Plan. There is no good reason not to sell it. I believe that this is a fair price. I do believe that there's a problem with putting a permanent historical easement in it, but I do understand the desire of the Historical Preservation Commission to protect it. But as for the reasons that Councilman Moore said, it is problematic to imagine what is going to be going on down there in 15 or 20 years. I mean, the risk that they took moving down there, moving into a flood zone, which it was budget hardware flooded, had 4 or 5 inches of mud in it. That's a block and a half to the south. They have a train that goes through and rattles your teacups, like I don't know how many times a day, and honks the horn. They have a lovely view of a substation to the west, where they could have a beautiful view, but instead they have had constant changes on Main Street. Yet they have made it work. So I think that to make it more difficult to make this sale happen is to really betray the intent of a contract and to betray a small business that has done excellent job for Longmont and has continued to be very profitable and help the city with its property tax. So thank you.
I think I'm going to weigh in here. When this first came up, and my esteemed council teammate Brian Bagley pointed out everything correctly. I mean, what Brian says is absolutely true from his legal mind. We're not at the 5-year point. But I kind of agree with the fact that the city now benefits by selling earlier than 5 years. We don't have to be 5 years, and it's kind of a win-win. I haven't heard anything from the constituents of the city but to go ahead with this sale. I haven't heard one person say, don't, try to squeeze them for as much money as you can get out of them. Nobody's come and told me that. So even though I totally respect Brian, and he's totally right from a legal point of view, he's a really smart, great teammate, and I love him. But I'm thinking, my answers to this are yes, yes, and no. Councilmember Peck.
I move that we sell the cheese importers, the building at 103 Main Street, going with items 1 and 2 and not number 3. But I would also like to amend this lease that it terminates on the day that the sale of the property closes.
Okay. Is that a problem, Eugene? I mean,
does that work?
Don't happen anyway?
Mayor and council, I would imagine the lease would terminate since they now own the property.
Yeah. I was just wondering what Councilman Bagley pointed out. Since we're amending the terms.
You sell it, you're good. Yeah, you sell it, you're
Thank you. That's my motion.
Minus the addition?
Yeah, minus the addition. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'm only going to vote against it for one reason and one reason only, okay? And that is because you're getting a great deal. I mean, you're getting a great deal. If it were up to me, no on 3. I'd vote yes on 1. But in my office and what I do, we're probably getting on average 1 or 2 commercial appraisals on property as people are getting divorced and people are involved in lawsuits. And a property appraisal of July of last year compared to right now, I guarantee you that is significantly higher. And so if we're just going to do it, keep in mind that when you vote, it's such a good deal that they're willing to take on 40 to 60 grand in property taxes every year. It's that good a deal. And we might not have heard anybody today, but I got calls from people like Keith Kanemoto or Kyle Snyder that literally said, are you crazy? There's no way that building is worth only $1.5 million. So vote for it. That's okay. Everybody, I've had my say so everybody understands what the facts are. I just wanted to make sure we got it out there. But congratulations to the cheese importers. They're getting a hell of a deal.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Yeah, I believe it's a hell of a deal. It's a hell of a deal for the Cheese Importers, a hell of a deal for the city of Longmont. And talking to other folks that are in the commercial real estate business, it's standard procedure that if a leasee puts improvements on and they look to buy the property, that those get retracted. You know, again, as it was mentioned, that we can do an appraisal till the cows come home until somebody likes the number that they like.
Councilmember Finley.
I wasn't going to weigh in because everything's pretty much been said, but I understand what Councilmember Bagley is saying. However, if you take into consideration the sales tax that comes from there, the use tax, the property tax, the number of people who come here just to go to this particular store, and the economic impact of that, that's different than buying a building. That's different than buying a building. It's a community asset, and I don't mind giving them a good deal.
They deserve it. Okay, we've got a motion. It's been seconded. I think it's time to vote.
I'll be the loner. I'll pull a Sarah Levin.
All right, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Bagley dissenting.
Yeah, can I have that seat?
Wow.
And for the record, I'm happy. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. That needs to come back for first. I mean, we did a first reading, second reading. We just need to come back for action, correct?
Correct, and we need to bring that back, and council talked about at the last meeting, bringing it back when all the council members are present. I think there's some of you that are going to be out, and so we will do that based on having a full council.
Thank you.
Right. Okay.
All right, Mayor, next on your study session agenda is Envision Longmont, Chapter 2, Guiding Principles, Goals, and Policies. Aaron Fosdick and Phil Greenwald from the Planning Division are here to present this.
You have 50 minutes. Good luck. Good, Aaron. It's a chat 50. Aaron's like, I like that challenge.
Just for that reason. Oh, I know how you'll vote.
I can name that tune, and everybody remember that? I can name that tune in 3 notes.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. Aaron Fosdick with the Planning and Development Services Division. I'm also joined by Phil Greenwald with the Planning and Development Services Division. Tonight we wanted to bring to you Envision Longmont, the Guiding Principles, Goals, and Policies. This is Section 2 in the draft plan. This should look familiar to you in terms of content, although the format is different. We're bringing this to you tonight prior to releasing the draft plan at the end of this month to the entire community. We wanted to give council another opportunity to weigh in on this section of the plan and provide staff any additional comments that you have on the Guiding Principles, Goals, and Policies before the draft plan is released. So we last talked to you generally about Envision Longmont at your retreat in February. We provided some information on input that we had gotten from the community in recent community meetings and telephone town hall. We also had a work session on these topics in December. We had a couple of them where we kind of went through the guiding principles and the policy frameworks. You'll remember the summary sheets that we looked at as well as the policy framework document. So this really builds on those discussions. What we plan to do tonight is really just kind of cover, don't worry, we're not going to go line by line. I'm not going to read through this. This is all in your communication, and really what these slides do and what your communication has done is just summarize the various sections of the guiding principles. So you'll recall that we have 6 guiding principles that are forming the community's vision for our future. The first one is livable centers, corridors, and neighborhoods. What we've attempted to do here is really just kind of summarize the types of policies that you'll see within the document. So we'll kind of go through these quickly at the end, or if you have questions within, you can, thank you. you can certainly stop me, but we'll just go through these just to give, again, an idea of the types of policies that are contained within this document. So under this guiding principle, we cover a very wide variety of topics. This is probably the kind of biggest guiding principle. I do want to mention that these are not in a priority order. You'll recall when you look at what Phil and I call the trivial pursuit graphic, these are in a circle, and really these all work together to help achieve our vision and also help to make Longmont more sustainable and resilient. So just keep that in mind as we go through. This guiding principle has policies and goals that cover things related to our growth patterns and land use, neighborhood compatibility, infill and redevelopment, our downtown sense of community, and parks, greenways, and open space, and a number of topics within each of those goal areas. Next, we move on to a complete, balanced, and connected transportation system. There's really 3 goals in this section that talk about integrating land use and transportation, providing safe, healthy, and reliable mobility for everyone, and improving economic vitality and being stewards of our resources. So again, a wide variety of topics focused on a complete, balanced transportation system. Guiding Principle 3 relates to housing, services, amenities, and opportunities for all. Again, another broad, cross-cutting guiding principle that contains goals and policies related to accessible and affordable housing, well-being of residents, education, access to parks, open space, and recreational opportunities, diversity, and protection of civil liberties. So again, broad. Guiding Principle 4 is a safe, healthy, and adaptable community. Here, the goals and policies are really talking about healthy and active lifestyles, access to food, partnerships with public safety, health and human services access, and minimizing risks and disasters due to hazards. So this is really where we're talking a little bit more concretely about resiliency within the community. It's obviously woven throughout all of the guiding principles, but I think this is the section where you see that language the strongest. Guiding Principle 5 is responsible stewardship of our resources. Goals and policies in this section deal with natural resources in the environment, our water supply, which should be very fresh in your mind, historic and cultural resources, as well as agricultural resources. Again, we're looking at parks, greenways, open space, and our urban forest, but really the ecological functions of those systems. And we're also looking at essential programs and services, so kind of the government resources and the public sector resources that we provide. And then the last guiding principle that the plan covers is job growth and economic vitality through innovation and collaboration. So goals and policies here are, again, broad. You'll really see a tie to the Advanced Longmont plan. We've tried really hard to incorporate the key elements from that plan, so that probably looks familiar to you. We're covering topics like job opportunities and economic diversity, opportunities for innovation, collaboration, and entrepreneurship, our building space and infrastructure needs, so kind of tying back to the land use perspective, readiness of our workforce, and quality of life as it relates to economic development. We also have included the airport here, as well as the transportation section. Here, really, the airport is included as a piece of our economic development system. So that covers section 2, which again, you all have seen. We're happy to take additional comments that we can try to weave into the public draft, again, that will be released next week. I did just want to mention that in your communication, we provided a little bit more information about the sections that are to come, and we do anticipate bringing those to council either in a study session or a work session type setting. But just to give you an idea, you've seen some of the growth framework pieces. You've obviously seen the land use maps. You've seen the transportation maps. What you haven't seen is some of the work we've done on the implementation strategies and the indicators and metrics. So this is a really important piece of the plan. The implementation strategies is a piece that we've heard a lot about from the community. This is really how we achieve our vision. So what are the steps that we're going to take to really implement the plan? This is a section that will be updated regularly as we complete things. We can note that. We can talk about our progress. And so we have an action plan that's going to be contained in the draft plan that's going to really have several components. It's going to have timing, so we're going to be breaking up these implementation strategies into near-term, long-term, and ongoing activities. We're going to be talking about who's responsible, so who's going to be the lead department, what other groups are going to be involved in implementing that, what is the type of strategy, so is it a code update, is it a policy recommendation, is it a programmatic strategy, and then finally funding. Is this something that we can absorb into our current workload? Is one-time funding going to be needed? So we're going to try to provide some information around that. Supporting this aspect of the plan will also be a number of indicators and metrics. As I'm sure you can imagine, evaluating our progress will be important. So we're envisioning that we would have some type of annual, biannual, we don't know exactly yet, but report to council and the community on our progress towards achieving our vision and goals. We can report on that at a regular interval. We are working on developing targets. So we're hoping to be able to say we have a data point, and we hope that we're moving either upwards, downwards, or maintaining our trajectory to really help people understand what movement in a certain direction means as it relates to a particular goal. And then we'll also be collecting other supporting data that, while we may not have targets with, it will be important to help tell the story. And so we'll be figuring out how to package all that, how to present that to council and the community as we go forward. But that's something else that you will see in the draft plan when it comes out in a week or so. So just to close, before we open it up for comments and questions, as I've mentioned several times, we do anticipate a draft plan at the end of March. We will be sharing that with the community at an open house next Wednesday on March 30th from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Longmont Public Library, the meeting rooms. We'll do a brief presentation at 6 just to orient folks to the plan. Hopefully some of you can join us if you're interested. We anticipate taking an adoption draft after we are able to incorporate comments from the community. We'll take an adoption draft to Planning Commission and the Transportation Advisory Board in May. We're obviously seeking recommendations from them, and then we will be bringing this plan to you for adoption in June. I think this is all things we've covered, but again, we just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page. So with that, I'll close. You have a copy of the and again, this is draft. What we've provided you is the staff and committee draft, so we realize that it's not ready for prime time, even though it's getting into prime time. So, I'm happy to take comments on kind of grammar and typos, but maybe we can do that offline. Hopefully we've caught those. But any big picture items, any things that you still have questions on or feel like need to be clarified before we release the draft is kind of what we're looking for tonight.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So, Aaron, section 1.1D, it refers to a 3-mile area. I don't see it defined anywhere in the document. What is it, and should we have a definition of it or at least a reference as to what it is?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Moore, good catch. We will also have a glossary, so that can be something we potentially add in the plan framework section, where we kind of orient everyone to what the components of the plan are. We talk about our kind of authority to do a plan and the things that are required of a plan. The 3-mile area is really referring to the area in which we have interest in terms of long-range planning, and so that's something we use in terms of intergovernmental agreements and looking at service areas. And so this is a planning term. It's something that we can talk a little bit more about in the introduction and make a little bit more clear about what that is, but it really relates to the state statutes and kind of our authority to plan.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
So I just want to, I want to kind of be clear, not that you won't have an opportunity to comment again on this section, but what we're really hoping is that we're getting a lot of thumbs up and head nods that what you see here is good, and then we can really focus on the other sections of the plan when we bring this back in the coming months. So I see 6 to 7 heads nodding, so that seems good. And I think that was much less than 50 minutes, Councilmember Santos.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I only feel like I should say something because I feel guilty for any extra effort, because I know that I shared some concerns, but all my concerns were alleviated, and you can really tell that you've just done outstanding work, so thanks.
All right, Mayor. Your next item on your study session agenda.
Oh, excuse me. I guess Councilmember Christensen, did you had a quick question? Sorry.
No, not a question. I just wanted to thank Aaron and all your folks for doing such a great job of so many different outreach to all the boards, to all kinds of people in the community. I think you've done a really good job. Thank you.
All right, your next item is the Manufactured and Mobile Home Park Existing Conditions Study, and recommendations will be led out by Joni Marsh, Planning and Development Services Director.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, Joni Marsh with Planning and Development Services. This evening we want to go over briefly with you guys a report that we commissioned as part of a Department of Local Affairs Resiliency Grant that we obtained in 2014. A portion of this grant went to the comprehensive plan to envision to look at resiliency. The other portion of that we used to hire a consultant, LSL Planning, to assist us in taking a look at basically our existing conditions in Longmont at our mobile home communities and also at our existing codes where we may have conflicts, where we may have things that going forward we would want to address to make sure that we're continuing to have habitable places for folks to live in our community. This also ties in with kind of the bigger picture, the housing conversation you've been having as well with Kathy Fedler and our consultant DPS about affordable housing. So tonight we're not seeking specific recommendations from you, but rather Elizabeth is going to give you an overview of the report. Be happy to answer questions and take comment. What we'll do next is obviously this report will inform some of our future code work as we look at code work in 2016. I do have a budgeted work plan item to look at the land development code and some other pieces of this so we can incorporate this into it. We also haven't fully vetted this through all of our legal channels and through all of our housing folks, but as a team we plan to come together and do that as we look at codes. So you will see this again in some way, shape, or form, probably in second or third quarter of this year in if there are any ordinance changes. With that, I'll go ahead and introduce Elizabeth Garvin. Elizabeth is the planning manager with LSL Planning and prepared the report, and we'll be happy to walk through that with you and answer any questions at the end.
Thanks, Jenny. Is this mine? Okay. I'm probably not a whole lot better at technology than Joni, but we'll give it a go. Mayor Coombs and council members, I'm Elizabeth Garvin, planning manager for LSL Planning Colorado. We're a safe-built company. Our offices are in North Glen, and so it was just a happy drive up, but actually moving I-25 to get here earlier this evening. So I'm going to walk through the PowerPoint and other buttons. See? Down button? This one? Hey, how about that? So Joni touched on this. What got this study going really was some of the flooding that took place here and regionally in 2013. The city, Longmont staff, had historically inspected mobile homes and manufactured homes. And that process stopped, at least inspecting for the International Property Maintenance Code, which is part of the overall International Building Code suite of regulations, stopped for the city in the fall of 2013. We saw flooding, we saw damage, and following that, staff had some concerns about the habitability of the units after the damage caused by the storms. And so they requested a DOLA grant and undertook this study just to get the basics of existing conditions and mobile and manufactured home units in the community. So let's start with a little terminology. We have two different kinds of units. We have mobile homes and manufactured homes. They may look very similar. You may not drive through a mobile home park and be able to pick one out from the other if you aren't looking at the tag on the side that tells you when it was made. Essentially, the difference is in 1976, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development passed its own building code for manufactured housing. We switched terminology at that point. We switched essentially from mobile home to manufactured home. That does not mean that most people keep it straight. Most people use the terms interchangeably. But there is a difference in how the unit is constructed. So pre-1976, the units were constructed to whatever standard the manufacturer chose to use. And post-1976, they were all constructed according to the national standards put out by HUD. So we call those HUD code units. You, as Longmont, and just about every other community out there, have a mix of manufactured homes and mobile homes in the community. So for this study, staff asked us to figure out a few things to get some basic statistics about the mobile and manufactured home inventory in the city, to take a look at the applicable regulations. There are federal, state, and local regulations that apply to mobile and manufactured homes, to open up the conversation about policy around mobile homes and manufactured homes, and take a first look at potential topics for regulation, knowing that down the road as regulations are drafted, they're of course subject to the whole process of staff input, legal input, and city council input. So if you look at the map in front of you, you have 9 mobile home parks. They're identified in orange on the map in front of you. If you haven't had a chance to read through the whole report, there are a couple images of each mobile home park in the report, showing you how the units are set up and then identifying which units are pre-1976 mobile home units. So what we did was we did a lot of study. We went to the Boulder County Assessor's Office, online information. We drove around. We checked the records that were available to us. As you can see from the report, a lot of these mobile home parks were approved in the mid-1960s. And the record keeping at this point is not as great as it could be. So staff did a really good job of digging through. I have a lot of very old records on my desk, and if any of you are interested, we can certainly make them available for you to look at. So we did a count of all the park units and compared Boulder County Assessor data to what the city has as far as data goes, and we have a 9-unit difference. You have roughly 770 mobile home and manufactured home units in the city right now. For those of you who are very detail-oriented, you will be sad to see across these tables that the numbers don't line up exactly every single time. And some of that is old record keeping, some of that is how we had to find the information, some of it is just because we were driving around and looking at things. If you can't sleep at night because of that +9 difference, give me a call and we'll see if we can work through the methodology and clean that up to maybe a +2 difference somewhere in there. So you'll notice the far right column on this table says number of approved lots, and that was information that we went searching for in the city's records in the approved lots. And so you can tell across this table sort of what the county thinks is there, what the city thinks is there, and what might have been originally approved. And this kind of gives you a starting place for the whole universe of mobile homes and manufactured homes in the city. So working from that existing inventory, the thing that was important to this study is understanding roughly the age breakdown of units that predate 1976, that predate the application of the HUD code, and units that are post-1976 that were built according to HUD code, because as we work a little further down the report, that matters for inspection and ultimate maintenance. And so that was the breakdown we were looking for. On this particular table, we have 47% of the units are mobile homes. So a minority, a very slim minority of the units in Longmont are pre-1976. A majority, a very slim majority, are HUD code post-1976 units. The image on the screen there is from one of the site plans that was submitted, I want to say, in 1967 for approval of a park. So that's kind of the level of detail we were looking at. I'm guessing that you guys see stuff that's maybe not so much classic pen and ink at this point in time, maybe more CAD. I'm not sure. Yes. But we were all there. This is how we did it. So we wanted to do a breakdown of age by location, not at all to point fingers. The units are what they are and they are where they are, but to get a feel for if older units were more likely congregated in a single park, if they were spread across the parks. And so the breakdown in this table tells you by park, by unit count, how many are pre-1976 and how many are post-1976. And it's mixed up in there. Given that most of the parks were approved in the 1960s, not all of them were built out until later. So you will see some parks that are almost all pre-1976 units, and then you'll see some that are a mix. One of the things that we know from studying mobile home parks, manufactured home parks over time, is that units do age out. The owners do sometimes decide to trade them out for a newer unit, not always. Some of that just depends on how that particular mobile home park is run and how the leases and the land ownership works there. We did a few drive-throughs to get an understanding of external conditions. We did not get into the units. We did not make any requests for that. We wanted to just get an understanding of the general overall condition of the units, the exterior wall conditions, and whether or not there were deck and carport additions. We think everyone should have decks and carports. It's Colorado. You should be able to live outside on your deck. But what you shouldn't be doing is actually attaching those additions to your unit. It destabilizes the unit, and so it's a problem for the unit over time if these are attached. Our method of rating system is a little counterintuitive. 1 is good, 4 is bad. So we see a lot of 2s and 3s in here. 2s mean probably, you know, they're aging the way they are. There's stuff going on there. It's fixable from the outside. It's what you would expect for housing of this type in this age range. 3 means we're getting a little worse. We're getting to the point where we're looking at doing more intensive rehabilitation and renovation, at least on the exterior, to bring these units to a place where they are consistently in good repair. So that is, I have to say, this is, you know, a windshield survey. And the data is, of course, subjective to the person doing the survey. We did a couple surveys, but I wouldn't want anyone to go out and point fingers based on this. We just want you to understand that we see from driving through that there are things out there that certainly could be given better maintenance, and this is one of the considerations for you to take into account as you're deciding what to do next. So we talk about the overall regulatory framework for manufactured homes and mobile homes. The HUD code took place in 1976. This is strictly a construction and building code. You can tell a HUD code unit because it has the big red plaque on it. That means it was built post-1976. So all the units out there that were built post-1976 will have the red plaque on it. Colorado has a manufactured home installation program. So HUD takes care of building code for construction, and then they leave it to the states to decide how installation is going to take place, to make sure that the unit is anchored, that it's properly in place, and that someone has inspected that installation. So Colorado has the manufactured home installation program. They cover installation, and that's the yellow-orange plaque that goes with the red plaque. So if you've got a unit that has both of those or even more yellows, if it's been moved, it's a HUD code unit and it's been installed properly at least once. Colorado also has a Mobile Home Park Act. So this is state statute. It is primarily oriented toward dealing with landlord-tenant relationships with mobile home parks. It doesn't have a great deal of impact on the study that we're doing about what the existing conditions are and how these units are going to age and be used over time. So it doesn't play a big role in what we're doing here. And then finally, you have your land development code, which is zoning. And that deals with the layout of the park, the approval of the park, how it's supposed to be taken care of over time. You also, Longmont, do some inspection of some systems installations to make sure that those are going on properly. But for the most part, at this point in time, when the unit is placed and it's been inspected, you're kind of hands off right now. So that's where we are at this point in time. So the issue was, is there an opportunity, is there an authority to do inspection for anything once the units have been placed and installed? And one of the questions that almost always comes up when a community is looking at changing out regulations is, what do our neighbors do? For better or for worse. You can keep your own thoughts about how everybody else does what they do in your head, but I'll walk through what we looked at and what we were looking for. We found the most substantive applicable Front Range regulations in Boulder, Fort Collins, Commerce City, and Greeley. We did look at a number of other communities, but chose not to add them to the table if they really didn't do much beyond, hey, your mobile home park should have a nice driveway. Just really basic zoning stuff. We were looking to see, okay, who's getting in, who's inspecting, what are they up to? So these were the communities that we landed on. At some point in our studies, somebody had asked, are there any communities that require mobile homes or manufactured homes to be removed once they reach a maximum age? There's discussion in the literature about whether there is a maximum age of habitability for these units. Probably not. Some of them get maintained really well, and they can last for a long time. There are certainly multi-million-dollar mobile home communities in California, which we aren't and we don't want to be, but there's not really any consensus agreement among the chattering classes that are talking about this about a number. Some of it varies based where the unit is located. It's a little harder to keep a unit longer here in Colorado. Our weather is a little more challenging than Florida, but Florida tends to have more serious storm events that kind of wipe their units out. I'm originally from Kansas, and we have our own opinions about tornadoes and mobile homes that just aren't so great. But no, so the answer is maximum age, no, not necessarily a regulated point. So what do the communities regulate? Almost everybody regulates the placement of the units within the mobile home park or within a mobile home subdivision. There's a technical difference, but it doesn't make a big deal of difference to our discussion tonight. So they regulate some site design, some layout. They want people to be able to drive through and move through mobile home parks and manufactured home parks without driving into obstacles, essentially. We looked to see if there were building or structure standards related to the units. Boulder does not have building or structure standards related to mobile homes and manufactured homes outside of its rental inspection program. So they cluster everything in rental inspection at this moment. They're currently considering doing it otherwise, but for right now, you move into rental inspection and then they deal with what they want to inspect the building for structurally. Fort Collins takes a different approach. They do have specific structural standards that they will inspect the mobile home and manufactured home to. Commerce City requires the unit to either be a pre-1976 unit, so it meets HUD code, or it gets inspected when it is moved from one location to another. So it's placed, it's installed, and it's inspected when it gets moved. And then Greeley does pretty much the same thing. They do have some structural standards, and they will inspect the unit when it gets moved. We wondered if they were doing interior or exterior inspection. Boulder's doing both, again, through the rental program, rental licensing program. Fort Collins has authority to do both just through their municipal code. And then Commerce City and Greeley have themselves set up to inspect interior and exterior only when the unit is moved. And then finally, we asked, is a rental license required? Yes, in Boulder, and that's how the inspection is linked. Yes, in Fort Collins, but the inspection is not linked to that, and no rental licensing in Commerce City or Greeley. So the question from staff was, is there authority to inspect? And if there is authority to inspect, what is the scope of the inspection? And we came to the conclusion that there is authority to inspect, and the inspection for HUD code units has to line up with HUD code. So if the city is going to choose to inspect these units after a storm or a flood or whatever else, we have to follow federal law. And federal law says that the units are built to HUD code, they get maintained to HUD code, so if it's inspected to HUD code. The mobile homes, the pre-HUD code units, don't have that standard applicable to them. And so should the city decide that it wants to consider an inspection process, you will also need to, with planning and legal departments, figure out in building what you're going to inspect to, because the standards don't necessarily exist for those units. Probably the simplest way to do it would be set up the same standards for all the units. But that's a piece of the policy and conversation that you guys will need to have as you move forward.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Just real quick. So we're not talking about going in and just inspecting people's homes randomly. This is only after a major event?
That's my next slide.
Continue.
Thank you.
Great minds think alike.
Okay, thinking ahead. What I wanted to point out here was the long list on the right-hand side is the list that staff has requested. These are the big life safety issues, and to the extent that these are drafted to comply with HUD code, these are the things that they would like to inspect upon entering the unit properly. The other issue out there was, do you inspect to the International Property Maintenance Code, which is a broader suite of issues to inspect, including like proper placement of some sanitation things and a variety of things that initially staff doesn't feel is necessary to do a proper life safety inspection of the unit. So that will be another issue on the list as you draft. Where do you want this to be? And one of the ways to answer that question is, why are we inspecting? So if you as a community want to set triggers for inspection, that will probably help you define what the list of things you inspect is going to be. Many communities inspect when a unit is moved, and they find that to be a great time to get in there and take a look at what's going around. Some communities that we found do welfare inspections at specific intervals, that's usually in a number of years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Just standard procedure to get in there and see what's going on. Some communities do complaint-based inspection, and then finally some communities do inspection upon extreme weather events, flooding, tornado, something along those lines. So each and any of these could be a trigger. They could all be a trigger with specific criteria attached to them. And then you could use that to gauge whether or not inspections are meeting the policy reasons that you want to inspect.
So one quick question is radon ever a problem in mobile type homes? Has anybody ever tested, because that's pretty much where you site. If you're sitting on a piece of ground where a lot of radon exists, and there's leak paths, I was just wondering if communities ever test for radon.
I don't know the answer to that question. It's certainly something we could figure out for you. Wait, let's go back to staff's list. We have smoke alarms and carbon monoxide, but we don't have radon. I think, though, if staff were to work through the difference between the International Property Maintenance Code and the list of life safety issues, I've read the IPMC just once through to see how it lined up with this, and I don't think I saw radon in there either, but duly noted. We'll make sure it gets in there for the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. A couple other considerations as you are looking at where you want to go moving forward. Certainly, Boulder and some other communities out there in and out of our state. And we did not look outside of Colorado because we have our own regulatory structure. Different states do this differently. But there are communities who line up inspection with a rental licensing program. I'm putting that out there because it is one way for you to consider this. However, mobile homes and manufactured homes are also owner-occupied. So that's one thing that we want to keep in mind. If we're inspecting for a policy reason, like we don't want people to live in unsafe housing, we don't necessarily want to make a distinction based on whether they're renters or owners if the housing is unsafe. That's not necessarily where we want to be. But if you want to set up periodic inspections, rental licensing is a good policy approach to take to do that. So that's out there for your consideration. Finally, the last thing that we would suggest after going through this report, and I'm serving as your consultant on this, you've now started gathering some information about mobile homes. You may want to start up a registry or an inventory. It's not necessarily easy to repeat this information. It certainly took us a few weeks and a little time to get there. So if it's on staff's radar to start tracking this information, then that may be helpful to future inspections and future discussions about this particular type of housing. I know Joni mentioned that it's affordable housing in many communities in Colorado, and so to the extent that we bring it up on the radar and pay attention to it, it makes data easier to find for you and easier to make decisions down the road.
Councilmember Christensen.
Thank you. This is really a very interesting and very helpful analysis of things, and I want to thank you for that. I suggest that we do keep this registry going if we can, because trailer parks are one option for low-cost housing, and frankly, we haven't built anything since 1974. I don't think we've approved anything since 1974, which is kind of remarkable, because if you look at Dwell magazine or most architectural magazines, the amount of modular and even mobile and manufactured housing has changed enormously. It's much hardier, much better, and I think we're kind of missing the boat in not having perhaps a little bit more space, but more creative space. I loved the little sketch. It was like, what is this? But when I looked at my sketch of my house, when I went to apply to fix something, the last time anybody went over to the Planning and Zoning Board or Planning and Zoning for my house was 1965. I thought, wow, it was a little pencil sketch just like that. Anyway, but I do think it's a good idea to have inspections, but I would find it I think it's when people move, when it's moved in a pickup or into a different location, because then there's then all the hookups are very different, and then it becomes a safety issue. I would personally find it very offensive if somebody decided they wanted to inspect my house for no reason at all, just because 4 years had passed. We don't do that to homeowners, and we shouldn't do that whether they own a trailer or a regular house. But when people do move them, I think it's consistent with what we do in planning and zoning. When people make upgrades to their home, we check them out. And so I think that's a very good idea to keep the list of things here are really big safety issues. Every year we hear about somebody blowing themselves up by heating in houses, but also especially in trailers, blowing themselves up with thinking they can heat something with a kerosene lantern and stuff like that. And, I do think we should work on a little more inspection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. This was an interesting study. I do wonder why we haven't had more mobile home parks. Do we have an answer for that?
Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Finley, it's interesting because I think a couple other folks have asked me that. And, in my 15 years here, I've never once had someone come in to even ask to do it. And we do have both options in our code. So you can do a mobile home, manufactured home park, which is really a commercial operation. You can also do a mobile home subdivision. So we have those allowances, and we do have, correct land use and density areas, certainly where we could rezone to mobile home zoning, but really just haven't ever had anyone come in.
Have we had, or do we allow tiny houses anywhere in any zoning?
Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Finley. So we do allow accessory dwelling units in all of our residential zones, and we do not have a minimum square footage. If you recall recently, probably in the last 6 months, we removed that with one of our code updates. So certainly tiny homes are an option, tiny homes on foundations, stick-built to meet building code. Certainly that's not necessarily the case for the tiny homes on wheels. Those are really manufactured to more of an RV standard, so they're two different animals really, but yes, there are opportunities. We actually think that the way that our mobile home subdivision code is currently written would actually function well for a tiny home subdivision as well.
I just wondered that. The problem that I have with requiring inspections in a certain time period is we don't do that for homes. I also find that kind of invasive. Mm-hmm. But I do think that when someone's thinking of purchasing an older mobile home, that inspections maybe could be done at that time voluntarily. You know, say I want to buy a mobile home, but I'm not sure if it meets codes. Could there be an inspector from the city who would come in and look at stuff to see if it's safe? Do we have something like that?
Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Finley, so I think that's one of the things that we're going to contemplate as we look at this. We currently obviously don't have anyone who's inspecting to a HUD standard home, right, because that's a specific federal standard. Certainly for kind of the laundry list that we showed of real life safety issues of egress, carbon monoxide detectors, making sure that windows aren't boarded up. I mean, that you have running water. I mean, we do have instances where we get called for folks where we don't have those things going on in our mobile home communities. So I think that's one of the things we'd have to figure out. What does that list of inspections look like, and how would we do that?
Okay, I would agree with that. Safety is the biggest concern, and another concern that I have, people choose frequently this type of housing because it's more affordable, and if they had to have inspections, or if there was an inspection done and there was a problem that needed to be fixed, I think that we should have options, affordable options, perhaps through some program to finance those for those people, because oftentimes they are lower income folks. So those would be my thoughts on this report. And I do think there should be, if they're moved, if they're new and being placed, you know, you can inspect at that time. Then I think maybe there should be voluntary inspections if someone wants to buy one that's already in place. And I do think that maybe we should look at ways to pay for upgrades in safety items for those who need help.
I guess I'm going to make a motion that we extend the meeting just to finish this one item, at least. And could we potentially put off the interim vending and temporary use item to another time, or is that something we need to critically deal with tonight?
From a staff perspective, we can bring that back at a later meeting. It's really, I guess, more of a question for the council if you want to go through it tonight or not, but we can definitely bring it back.
Well, Councilmember Bagley.
Thanks, Mayor Coombs. I was actually, on a similar note, I would vote right now for pretty much anything. Burn down mobile homes. You want to like build new ones. I've reached a point throughout the day that we've covered some big topics. I was in day 2 of a 3-day trial, and if we go any more, I'll be here. Yeah. But I would actually suggest that we wrap it, pick it up, so we can have a chance to think, and when at least my brain is clear, and that way we can pick it up next time. That's what I'd prefer. And of course,
I think we're almost done with this. All we need to do now is just provide some direction back. Yeah,
that's my point. I have no direction.
I made a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
Okay, let's vote on that first off.
Finish this item and.
Yeah. Okay, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Bagley dissenting.
So Mayor, I think part of this is to introduce the topic to you all, and we're going to come back and bring some more meat to this.
Okay.
To provide some framework on this, I think a lot of this came up as a result of the the flood, and specifically what we were seeing in some of these inspections is we were getting in and there was discrepancies, and HUD would say, or not HUD, but FEMA would say there was already damage that existed, so we're not going to do this, and.
Right.
So this is part of that conversation that we really, as a result of that event, realized there's issues that we need to deal with more long term. So I think we're good if council wants, because we're definitely bringing this back to you for more conversation.
Well, one thing that I always think of is when you have a mobile home, you put it in there, and then people come in and then they build patios and stairs and awnings and all this other stuff. To me, that should be not that you're inspecting the mobile home, but you should be inspecting the structure of that and make sure that that's isolated and not tied to the motor. I mean, that's common sense. I mean, at least we should follow those things and do those types of inspections, because, when I rebuilt my deck, even though I had an existing deck, I had to have planning, zoning and permitting and inspections and everything else. So there's really no difference, because a deck and a stairway it's a safety issue. It's a life safety issue, and I think that that's something that the city should be permitting and inspecting, at least that much. That's my thoughts on it. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, having gone through it, I really appreciate the information, especially the drive, just doing windshield looks of what is there. I really would like to see this go through P&Z and get their recommendations about. That's a great idea. Of course, it's a great idea because I came up with it. Great idea. At least get recommendations, and also, but perhaps in a study session for planning and zoning, so they can talk about. Staff can talk about what they're looking for, and planning and zoning can chime in about what those recommendations should be to council. So, just a thought.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Are these homes not treated the same as single-family homes as far as permitting for decks and stairs or whatever, the same as a single-family home?
Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Peck. So what we find, I think, oftentimes is, yes, often folks are coming to us to get permits for things like decks and stairs, and then we're making sure that they're not attaching them to the building. I would say the problem really lies in that there's a lot of folks who aren't getting permits, so a lot of the improvements that are in parks currently are unpermitted. That's kind of another step that we've tried to, at least at a staff level, start taking a look at to kind of see where those gaps are, because we certainly know they exist. And I think that's another area for collaboration with some of the park owners, because I think park owners can help us assist in, what do you need permits for, what makes sense, what kind of improvements do they want to have in their park to kind of keep that property value up and the aesthetic and keep those units rented. So I think there's some other stakeholders in this that we probably need to get to at some point as well.
Okay. And my other question is, when you were talking about pre-owned second buyers on some of these homes, unless they're paying cash, does not the bank or the lending institution require inspection as well at that point?
I don't know the answer to that. No.
They don't?
I don't know the answer to that.
Oh.
We'll find an answer to that as we move the report forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Christensen.
Thank you, Joni. That's exactly what I was going to say, is that there's a real opportunity for the park owner to educate people. I mean, all of our landlords, instead of complaining that people clog up their sewer system, could educate people on how not to clog up the sewer system. Likewise, trailer park owners could educate people on the kinds of things that they need to get permits for and why, and the kinds of things they can build and the kinds of things that are just crazy and shouldn't be built. Yeah, but thanks.
All right. Any other comments? Well, I appreciate your report, and I think we're on the right track. I think we should do a little bit. So any other comments? Okay.
So Mayor Coombs, as as the city manager noted. So we're going to take this information. We're going to look for some other information to fill in some blanks as we work through code updates with a consultant that we're hiring here in the next couple of weeks to look at codes. We can certainly take some of those as they're pertinent back to Planning Commission. We'll kind of vet those through the building code, and we will also vet those through the city attorney's office. So we may not be back in 2 weeks with a package, but eventually you will see some of this filter through.
All right. Thank you.
I have one more
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I was thinking when you're talking about the manager of a park, could that not be set up in somewhat like an HOA so that any time something that needed to be done to a mobile home or a structured, they would have to go to the HOA or to the manager to get it okayed per the specifications of the park? Just an idea.
Yeah, Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Peck, yeah, that's an intriguing idea. I think that will, again, require us to do some more work to really see, you know, are some of these parks set up with, you know, CCRs like an HOA or not? I'm going to bet, based on the drawing from 1962, not, but, you know, there may be some that are. So that'll be another thing for us to take a look at. Good suggestion. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Now it's time for mayor and council comments. Councilmember Moore.
I move to adjourn.
Well, we have to give the city manager any comments. City attorney, any comments? All right, this meeting is adjourned.
Love you all.